All right, Deputy Ham, can you summon our jurors, please? All right. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Deputy Ham, all jurors present, sir? Okay, all right. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, good morning.
Good morning.
All right, we're going to continue with examination of our current witness. Madam, you're still under oath?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Your Honor, we're going to put up on the screen Stacy's exhibit 104, Bravo, Bravo. Detective Gaither, before we get into the next interview that you had with Walter Murphy, I wanted to ask you a couple of questions about the interview that you had with him on in July of 2015. If Mr. Kearns would give us sharing capabilities, we will have on the screen for you in just a moment parts of that video.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, ma'am, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Investigator Gaither, we are going in the video to timestamp 2:57:24 p.m. on July 15th of 2015. Do you see Mr. Murphy, yourself, and Detective Edwards in that screen?
Yes.
Is there anything on the table in front of Mr. Murphy?
Baseball cap.
Okay. During the time that you spoke with Mr. Murphy, did he manipulate or play with that hat in any way?
He did.
And did you have an opportunity to see whether there was anything written on the hat?
Yes.
Would you tell the jury whether what is written on the hat is decipherable in the video as we look at it?
Jurors can make that out, Your Honor. Yeah.
Oral, sir.
No.
Would you please tell the jury what it was that was written on the hat that Mr. Murphy came into the Atlanta Police Department headquarters wearing on July the 15th of 2015?
It read "Free Roscoe" across the front.
During the course of your interview, did you ask him about that hat?
Yes.
Did he tell you anything specifically about it?
I don't believe he did. We kind of joked about it when it had been sitting there on the table, but I didn't pay attention to it. And when he was playing with it, he flipped it around, and that's when I read it. And I was just teasing him about it.
Okay. And did you know a person referencing themselves by the name Roscoe at the time that you spoke with Mr. Murphy on this date?
Yes.
And who was that person?
Jimmy Winfrey.
Okay. When you first came into the interview, about 22 minutes and 26 seconds into the video recording, and you told Mr. Murphy that you wanted to talk with him about the date of April the 12th, did Mr. Murphy, who was the first person to indicate the name Bentley?
That I also object.
Basis, sir. I'm sorry?
On the recording, best evidence.
Oral, sir.
Mr. Murphy.
Had you mentioned O.G. Bentley or Kelvin Treadwell to him at any time before you went into that interview room?
No, I hadn't seen him before going into the room.
And besides telling him at the beginning that you wanted to talk with him about the date, April 12th, and what happened at the sit-go, did you provide Mr. Murphy with details, or did Mr. Murphy provide you with details after you told him the date and place you wanted to discuss?
Objection, Your Honor.
Basis.
Question.
I stands to form.
Who was the, thank you, Judge. Who was the first person to offer details about the date, April 12th, after you told Mr. Murphy you wanted to talk with him about that date at the sit-go?
Your audio speaks for itself.
Oral, sir.
I believe Mr. Murphy did.
During the course of your interview with Mr. Murphy, did he talk about something called stain, to the best of your memory?
Yes.
Would you tell the jury, based on your knowledge, training, and experience, what stain meant in the context of your and Mr. Murphy's conversation?
From my understanding, stain means a level of authority or respect within any particular game that you're involved in.
Did you also speak with Mr. Murphy about how he got to where he was from the music that you were aware he was interested in?
Question vague.
I stand the questions to form.
Okay.
You can
I'm-
rephrase it.
Thank you, Judge. You have time? What's the time? Steve? Your Honor, with the court's permission, I'm going to play a 10-second clip of the video at 2:51. And while we're pulling that up, before seeing the Free Roscoe hat in front of Mr. Murphy, had you seen Free Roscoe as a hashtag or slogan anywhere else before that day?
Yes.
Where?
On several, I'm sorry.
On several what?
Oh, I thought you were pausing me. On several members of YSL social media pages. They had it printed on T-shirts, hats, stickers throughout the city, posted on poles and buildings.
And did you see any of those stickers, messages, posts prior to the date that Lil Wayne's bus was shot up in the city of Atlanta?
No.
I'm going to play you just a 10-second clip.
I understand. Shit, I ain't shot nowhere. How did you get called up there with all that? I was just at the wrong place at the wrong time. I'm talking about just not just this particular instance. I'm talking about period. Huh? Period. How did y'all get caught up with that? I remember when Thug was rapping. He was a Red Cartel. You was a Real Cartel. Y'all was with Block and all of that. How did it go from for real music to all of that? It just.
Did you hear yourself asking Mr. Murphy, how did it go from real music to all of that?
Yes.
Is the portion of the video where he explains, does it lack any degree of clarity?
Does it lack any degree of clarity?
Yes, when he begins to explain to you how it is that it went from real music to that.
He was kind of mumbling, but I don't know if you guys can hear it, but in the interview, I can understand what he was saying. He was using a lot of hand motions and attempting not to say certain things, but I was clear in a lot of what he was.
Hold on. Basis?
Speculation.
Whole rule, sir.
You may continue.
I was clear in just a lot of the verbiage he was using and slang words that he used throughout the interview. I was following what he was saying.
So what was it that he told you? How did it go from real music to that, as you put it?
I can't recall, just based off of what I just listened to, or?
Hold on, I'm going to let you hear the response that he gave.
Okay.
And then it ain't got nothing to do with the music. I know. This is what about the street shit. Man, have money. Wait for those you thought about. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. And you know what I'm talking about? These folks been having money, been getting a lot of shit like this. Yeah, I know. I don't do this type of shit like just hand these folks name in the street. These folks got a loan, you know what I'm saying? I don't break these folks. But by me knowing them, and you know what I'm saying, being around them, they automatically on their ride. So, you know, on their ride, but then I'm like, the shit that around this shit get me killed or get me locked up. Why can't you just say no? Why can't you just say no? I ain't lying with you right now. Because I know you know. Yeah, because once you know too much, then to get your life taken.
Stop it, Your Honor, at 2:58, 2:53:35. Were you able to hear his response?
Yes.
Did the portion of the video that we played just now for the jury, was his response, did it lack any degree of clarity, that portion?
No, not to me during this interview.
Through the video as we hear it, are you all talking over one another?
We are.
The
Sir.
answer is no. I object.
Basis.
Question.
Basis.
Your Honor,
Mr. Steele, I'm the person that controls the objections. Could you please state the basis for an objection? Just make an objection, state your basis, and then let me handle the rest of it.
Cumulative. You need to move on, is the objection.
That's not the objection. I tell folks when to move on. You don't. Okay, so all I'm asking you to do is to state a basis. That's it. Okay, and then I'll rule. Okay, all right. But as for your objection, I'm going to overrule it. Mr. Sharp, what's your objection, sir? Huh? Okay. Detective Gaither outside? Just make sure she's outside, okay. All right. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Our jury has left us.
Your Honor, might I have the court's permission to allow Detective Gaither to tell you what the answer, since that was a concern that was broached at the bench. Outside the presence of the jury, might I have the court's permission to have Detective Gaither tell the court and Mr. Sharp what her answer to that question was going to be?
Okay, let me first give me the case law which says that she can explain this unaudible or this low audible or inaudible portion.
Yes, Your Honor. Your Honor, in Anderson versus the state, if I may keep my seat, I'll read from the.
You may, ma'am. What's the citation?
Can you give us a second?
Let me have the citation, please.
311 Georgia Ave, 732 at.
311 Georgia Ave at what?
732,
732?
yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
At 738 through 739.
In fact, let me find it first.
And to be clear, it's.
Hold on, madam. Hold on. Okay, I found the case, and so where in that opinion?
And so, Your Honor, it's at Penn site, 738 through 739. It is a case that is not on all four corners of our circumstance, but in Anderson, what the officer does is testify about what is depicted in the video after they show the video to the jury. The argument from the appellant in Anderson was that by explaining what was in the video, what was seen in the video, the officer was improperly bolstering, but the Court of Appeals said that the officer testifying to his own observations regarding the video was not improper bolstering. And we would analogize that to the situation here where when the video and audio portion of the video lacks clarity and the person who is seated at the table right in front of the person who is making those statements is able to give clarity to a portion that lacks clarity, it is not improper for that person who is sitting there to be allowed to do so. And to piggyback on that as to the concerns that were brought to the court's attention by counsels for certain defendants at the bench, I did give the court a general offer of proof as to what she would say. I would ask that the court allow Detective Gaither to state into the record without the jury being present what the answer is to that question to allay any further concerns.
Can I step off the bench for just a second, please, counsel? Hey, Gail.
And the court gave of the person allowed an opportunity to. Give me the site. Can you write it down for me? What year?
I appreciate your indulgence as I had to take up a personal issue. Let me hear from Detective Gaither, and let me see what she says, and then I'll be in a better position to give you my thoughts on my ruling.
She's coming in now, Judge.
Where's Mr. Steele? Okay, all right. I'll wait till he comes back. Say again? Hold on. Oh. No. It's just the crisis of the moment.
Yeah. Got to see this like first grade.
Yeah, you did.
Let's see.
Who? I'm sorry? Okay, can we, is he in the hallway? Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Adams.
He's walking through the door now, Judge.
All right, thank you. All right, now do we have everybody?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right. Councilors, let me just, for those of you that weren't here, let me go ahead and just recap again what I'm going to do. I'm going to hear from Detective Gaither from those spots in the video that, and then we'll go ahead and I may be able to make some further rulings at that point in time. All right.
Thank you, Your Honor. And if the court, with the court's indulgence, I'll play that portion and then allow the answer. We're starting at $257.24. I'm sorry, actually, 252.08.
Bro, fucking pins, bro. This shit get me killed, bro. I'm just a camp squeak, bro. I understand it, kid. I ain't shot nowhere. I just get caught up there with all that. Bro, I was just at the wrong place at the wrong time. I'm talking about just, not just this particular instance, I'm talking about period. Huh? Period. How did y'all get caught up with that? I remember when Thug was rapping, he was a Red Cartel, you was a Real Cartel, y'all was with Block and all of that. How did it go from for real music to all of that? It just glowed over, bro. And then it ain't got nothing to do with the music. I know. This is what about you shit. They have some money. Wait for gold. You thought about it? You know what I'm saying? Yeah. And you know what I'm talking about? They gonna been having money. Been getting a lot of shit like this. Yeah, I know. I don't do this type of shit like just hand these folk name in the street. These folk got a long, you know what I'm saying? Long record, these folk. But by me knowing them, and you know what I'm saying, being around them, they automatically on their ride. So, you know, so on their ride, but then I'm like, the shit that online, this shit get me killed or get me locked up. Why can't you just say no? Why can't you just say no? I'm lying with you right now. Because I know you know. Yeah.
2:53:32 p.m. Wait. 2:53:32. And my question to you, Investigator Gaither, is when you asked Walter Murphy, how did you all get caught up with that? I remember when Thug was rapping, how did it go from For Real Music to all of that? Would you explain whether the response that you got is clear on the audio and videotape from 2:52:35 to 2:53:32, as you can listen to it from the recording that you are hearing in the courtroom today?
Portions of it is not all the way clear.
As you sat there during the interview in person with Walter Murphy, did you have the same amount of clarity that you get from listening to the tape, or could you understand more clearly what was being said?
I can understand him clearly sitting in front of him and just talking to him in the interview.
For the court's edification, would you please tell the court what Mr. Murphy's response was to your question, how did it go from real music to all of that?
If you can play back that portion, just going off memory, just listening to, what was it, about a minute, and I was trying to comprehend, but that specific question directly after that, can you play that portion back?
The part directly after the question?
After I asked the question.
We'll start at 2:52:35.
And Detective Gaither, if you tell us when to stop
Okay.
so that I can account for it on the record.
Yes, sir.
Please.
Thank you.
What are you starting at, madam?
2:52:12, so it's a
Okay.
little before.
All right.
I was just at the wrong place at the wrong time. I'm talking about not just this particular instance, I'm talking about period. Period. How did y'all get caught up with that? I remember when Thug was rapping, he was a Red Cartel, you was a Real Cartel, y'all was with Block and all of that. How did it go from For Real Music to all of that? It just flowed over, bro. And then it ain't got nothing to do with the music. I know. This is what like shit. Man, have some money. Wait for gold. You know what I'm saying?
She
And
said
you know what I'm talking about? These folks been having money, been getting a lot of shit like this.
2:52:55.
Yes, he stated it had not a lot to do, stuff was not having to do with the music. These guys been in the streets with their criminal histories. He said long record. These guys been having money. He referenced back to what he previously said, that these guys are kingpins. Initially, that was his words. These guys are kingpins, and I'm just a pipsqueak within this. So these guys been having money from this portion you just played.
And later in the interview, did you all talk, did he ask you shortly thereafter to stop your recording? Because you mentioned kingpin just now. Do you remember him asking you to stop recording with the audio recorder that you had in front of you?
Yes, he asked me. I had this little white device on the table, is a handheld voice recorder, and he asked me to stop that, so I stopped it.
Okay. And was it before or after that point that he started talking about the kingpin?
Once he mentioned it, to the best of my recollection, as he began to elaborate more, he noticed it and he asked me to stop it.
Other than saying these guys, did Mr. Murphy ever talk about any one particular person's long record?
Just based off of this portion here,
Yes.
I don't recall at this moment.
Would hearing it again refresh your memory, or would that do no good?
Yeah, you can play it again.
From where to where?
Sir?
From,
Where to where? What part of the tape, madam?
would the portion directly after you asked the question, and that portion consists of, Your Honor, for the record, 2:52:35, or starting at 12, just to get background, going to 2:53:32, the portion that we played a moment ago. Is that the portion that you're referring to?
Yes.
Shit, I ain't shot nowhere. I was just called up there with all that. I was just at the wrong place at the wrong time. I'm talking about not just this particular instance, I'm talking about period. Period. How did y'all get caught up with that? I remember when Thug was rapping, he was a Red Cartel, you was a Real Cartel, y'all was with Block and all of that. How did it go from for real music to all of that. It just flowed over, bro. And then it ain't got nothing to do with the music. I know. This is what like you shit. Man, have some money. Wait for thought you thought about it. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. And you know what I'm talking about? Rico been having money, been getting a lot of shit like this. Yeah, I know. I don't do this type of shit like
Okay, pause.
just hand these folks names in the street.
25302. 25302. During that portion, Investigator Gaither, did you hear Walter Murphy speak on any one particular person's long record, as he said?
Yes.
Whose?
He said thug in them N words.
Okay. And as he went on to talk about a kingpin, did he make reference to whom he was talking about when he said kingpin?
Later on in the interview, he did mention someone named Kente and also Hot. Believe those were the two names that he used, Kente and Hot.
Okay. Your Honor, and that was the first part that I had intended to ask her about. The second part I can go into or wait until we address the first part. The second part that I was going to address with her had to do with Mr. Murphy's statement. If you're not on Cleveland and you're not YSL, you're getting gone. Or he's getting gone, as he said. I was going to ask her about that and ask her why did she ask him so they take out their own?
Is that on the tape?
It is.
Okay. Is it inaudible anyway?
No, I was
Okay.
just going to ask her that part.
Let's deal with, all right. We'll ask her to step out and I'll take care of
Your Honor, prior to that, may I ask her one more question about the portion that she just spoke to the court about?
Yes.
And that is, Investigator Gaither, why did you ask Mr. Murphy how it got from For Real Music to all of that? That's one question.
During the first portion of the interview, he just attempted to separate himself from YSL, basically stating, you know, he hadn't been committing any crimes. He hadn't, you know, really been around them. He appeared to be a little evasive when speaking specifically about incidents involving YSL. So that was my line of questioning of, you know, when you guys first started, like I stated in with Red Cartel and Block 125, at that point, what we knew of, you know, the information they were putting out to the masses was strictly music. And then at this time in 2015, we saw it rapidly turning from not just music, but it began to form into what we considered a gang war between these two rap labels.
And before you said to him, how did it go from Real Music to all of that? Did you give him any other clarification as to what you meant by all of that?
No.
And what was it that you meant by all of that?
All those retaliatory shootings and crimes against each other.
And is that all that you asked him before he gave us the response that he gave us from 252.35 to 253.32?
Yes.
I think that's it for the questions that I have for the witness, Your Honor.
All right, madam, you can step out. Yes, sir. Okay, Ms. Lowe, give me those periods, or Ms. Hilton, those two periods in the video from when to when?
2:52:35 to 2:53:32 is the span of the interview where he gives the response that Investigator Gaither spoke about just now.
Okay. All right, Mr. Steele, start out with you.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Your Honor, first of all, Anderson versus State, which is 311 Georgia Appeal 732 in Division 2C. It's a 2011 case, which was cited by the state at the bench, saying that have a case that supports what the state is doing. And I don't know if the court had any time, but
I've read Anderson already. I've had a chance to take a look at it.
so Anderson doesn't apply. First of all, it's 2011 for our new evidence code. That's pretty irrelevant. Second of all, the trial court actually sustained the objection of the defense lawyer, who said that the officer cannot narrate the video, and the trial court in that case struck from the record in front of the jury any statement made narrating it. The issue on appeal was that the defense lawyer then went to bolstering, and the Court of Appeals said and defined bolstering as vouching for the believability of a witness, and that was not bolstering. So Anderson is a non-starter.
Well, the court did say that he could testify as to his own observations regarding he was testifying as to his own observations regarding the video.
No, that's what was the setting up the issue, and then the trial court sustained the objection of the trial lawyer that the officer could not do that.
Okay, but it wasn't improper bolstering. So,
and no one here ever said this was bolstering.
okay, but all right.
So Anderson is not even, in my opinion, not close. Not close. All right. Then the second thing is the witness. If I heard it right before your honorable court stopped the proceedings and asked the jurors to, I think we approached the bench and then picked up the next thing in sequence. The witness actually said, "No, I heard it. It's understandable." So I don't know how we're continuing on with this. The actual question asked in court when court was moving was that understandable? And the witness, to my ears, obviously, whatever, you can look it up in your real time. I believe that the witness said it was understandable. So I thought we were just moving on. I don't know how we're now backtracking. And then the third thing is this was never asked of Mr. Murphy. He's the speaker. It doesn't matter what this witness believes was said. It matters what Mr. Murphy said and confront Mr. Murphy, and then it becomes a prior and consistent statement for this witness to say, no, that doesn't make sense if that was said, because here is the conversation in context. The state never asked Mr. Murphy, just like most of this recording, about that segment. In addition, Birdman, you heard that earlier in the proffer, maybe at the bench. I can't remember. It was either at the bench. Mr. Chart saying he's at the bench. He's not mentioned in here at all. That was inputted by the prosecutor. And that's Brian Williams. If you don't know who that is, it's a record producer with Rich Gang. You may remember the band or the group. Anyway, he's not mentioned at all except by the prosecutor's mouth. So to me, I am still maintaining my objections. I may not have been as articulate as I should have been. Move on to me is an objection under waste of time. It's a 403, or excuse me, 24-403.
But I'm the person that decides that. You aren't. Yeah, I know, but you aren't. So it's it would be an improper objection for you to make. A move on objection. Okay, it's mine. That's mine to make. Your rationale is correct, but saying it is not proper. That's for the court. That's for the court's purview. Okay.
I
Okay.
don't agree. it's not proper, but in this part, I will absolutely not say move on. I will say 403, waste of time. A waste of time, I think, is insulting, but that's what I'm going to say. Anyway, those are my reasons that all of this is a waste of time, 403, and it should have been done with Mr. Murphy. And this entire, I've objected the whole way. I'm not going backwards. I'm just ruling. This entire replaying of recordings made out of court is just not the way that this trial should ever go. Those are my positions.
Yes, sir. Thank you. All right, Mr. Sharp.
And by the way, one more, I apologize.
Yep.
Can I say one more, add one more?
Yeah.
The state has not given the court a scintilla of statute, constitutional provision, or case law that this is a proper way to get in court statements. All of the case law is opposite, unless it's a process statement, and you already told us that. So that's all of my objections in summary.
All right, sir. Thank you.
Your Honor, first, I'm just going to echo Mr. Steele because I think it's that important that this was not, Mr. Murphy was not confronted with these statements. So I think we're in an entire area of improper impeachment using prior statements. But regarding this issue specifically, I would like us not to lose track of what the state said. The state said that they need to play this for investigator Gaither because she was there and she has some specialized understanding about what was said. And what did we just watch? Like, let's just deal with reality for a second. She sat at the witness stand and the state played the tape 5 times and she couldn't really understand. She's not getting any information. She doesn't have any specialized knowledge from being there 8 years ago. What she's doing is she's listening to a tape and she's doing her best to figure out what Mr. Murphy was mumbling about. And the reality, Your Honor, is that's not her job to do that for the jurors. The jurors this tape is in evidence. The jurors are going to have the ability to hear this tape. They're going to have the ability to say, when they're deliberating, Your Honor, they're going to write a note, Your Honor, we're having trouble with this tape. Can we replay the tape? And then they can make their own determinations as is in their province, jurors, of what was said. But having someone else, not because they were there, but having someone else just listen to a tape and determine what they think is said and then tell the jurors what they believe was said after listening to the tape themselves is wholly improper. The jurors are supposed to listen to the tape and determine what was said. That's their job. It's not Investigator Gaither's job. Thank you.
Anybody else? All right.
Members. That was me, Your Honor.
Say again. I'm sorry.
That was me. I was just going to give the court 2 more cases. And I was going to point.
Anderson doesn't kind of hit the mark in that.
Right. I was only going to point out with respect to Anderson that the court there said the trial court should not have kept out that portion of the testimony, but U.S. versus Whitlock, WHITLOCK, 493, Fed APPX 27. And with respect to the new evidence code, as long as the new evidence code does not change the state of the law, looking at prior cases before the new evidence code that have not been overturned or changed in any way is still proper for the court to do. In this particular case, Whitlock,
When was Whitlock decided?
2012, and I also have Ellis versus the state, 312 Georgia, 243. That was in 2021.
What's the citation for Ellis?
312 Georgia, 243.
All right, give me a second, please.
Your Honor.
Can you give me a second, please?
I apologize. Yes, sir. I know. I realize.
And that's in section 2 of Ellis. That starts with the paragraph, Ellis also contends.
What's the citation for US versus Whitlock again?
493.
Oh, 4-9. Okay, all right, hold on. You said 493.
Fed APPX 27. The pen side of the Whitlock. This one, the pen side. I think it's 28. Bless you.
Bless you.
I believe that it is 28 through 30, the pen side. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, from reading this particular case, Ellis is very helpful to the court. Here's the challenge. Most of the case law that talks about narration or a witness's testimony as it relates to the videotape, there's no inconsistency with the tape and what the person's comment on the tape is. In this case, there's definitely a difference in, we're relying upon this detective's sole understanding as to what he was saying. So whatever the jury's gonna have to kind of think about it is I would agree, Mr. Short, I think it's their purview. I think if I let her comment on this, bless you, there's room for interpretation as to what is being said. So, and she's testifying as it relates to what she believes he means. So I'm gonna disallow it.
Yes.
All right, so if you all could take out that portion of the video.
We just won't play that portion again.
Yes, but let me just make sure that don't play from 2:52:35 to 2:53:32, okay?
So, Your Honor, when the court is saying to take it out, does the court mean to not have, because it was.
And that means she's not gonna be able to testify to it.
Okay.
The jury can determine what they want as to what has been said already. Like I said, that'll be their task to do. But for those reasons, I believe that I'm not going to let her narrate a comment about what her understanding is to what was said in that particular part of the tape. Okay.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
As to Mr. Steele's objection regarding other matters, and this not being an inconsistent statement, if the court is ready for me to respond to that.
Is this another portion of the tape?
No, in general, he had made a general other objection. I was just going to respond, but I think
Okay,
he responded,
all right.
and the court has dealt with that.
Yeah, I have, but to complete it, since he's raised it again.
Okay. So as we stated earlier, Mr. Murphy said that he did not remember what he said in the interview, and the interview itself contradicts his entire trial testimony that he only knows YSL to do music. He continually made that distinction in this video, the first video interview that he had with Detective Gaither. He is talking about whatever the jury can discern from that, but he is talking about something very specific as it relates to YSL, and it has nothing to do with his knowledge of them and the music per se. It has to do with his knowledge of them and their gang activity. So that is another reason still why this interview is admissible and contradictory, and it speaks to his relationship and bias towards the party, and portions constitute inconsistent statements.
I'm still I'll allow it to be played for that purpose.
Thank you.
All right. Okay. Can we go ahead and?
No.
Yes, the portions that are like, I'm not going to allow what I just excluded, but the other portion. Okay.
Yes.
All right. Can we bring our detective back in, please?
Actually, it's not okay. I said, look, I still don't want to join it.
No, I understand you have an objection to it.
Okay.
Okay.
If I misspoke, I.
All right. Bring our witness in, please.
And
Just ask the prosecutor, where in Whitlock does it say, and that's good, Anderson versus State, does it say that the court said the trial court should not have sustained that objection? I don't see that in that opinion like the prosecutor just said.
It doesn't. Let's just move on from that if we wouldn't mind, because I agree with that. Doesn't necessarily fit the bill, Mr. Steele. Ellis is more illustrative, and that's what I used for my ruling. Okay. In which I agree that should be excluded.
I understand, but
Okay.
I'm trying to, I love cases, like it's not in there, but I can see that it is.
And you're,
I'd like to know where.
And-
If something was said to the court twice, on this case, neither one is accurate, but if I'm wrong, I don't want to say.
I'm not relying on Whitlock.
Okay, then,
I'm relying on Ellis.
okay, and I thought it's Anderson. It's Anderson. I don't think this prosecutor said, Anderson said specifically that the trial court should not sustain that.
Okay, why are we talking about Anderson? Why are we talking about Anderson? I'm not relying on that case at all.
So you find a lawyer.
No, I'm relying upon Ellis because Ellis talks to me about what is proper in terms of consideration of video and narration.
I always thought that candor is critical. That's what I'm asking, where is candor?
Can we talk about, okay, all right, we're getting sidetracked on this, okay? So,
You're a great court.
and I appreciate that.
I appreciate you.
Okay. We're not here with appellate advocacy, Mr. Steele. I understand where you're headed. I understand that you like to get granularity on that, but I don't need it for my purposes of my ruling in this case. We can talk about it offline if you'd like to do so, or you can invite Ms. Love's attention in regards to that, but I've already ruled upon it. I'm not relying upon Anderson. I'm relying upon Ellis. Okay? All right. Thank you, sir.
And Your Honor, so that I stay in line with the court's ruling, we can play that portion. Just Detective Gaither cannot give her explanation of that portion.
No, don't play it. It has nothing to do with anything at this point in time. No.
When she asked him how did it go from real music to all of that, that portion the court said earlier that we could play. She just couldn't give her interpretation.
You've already covered that. That's the problem. That's the challenge. Why are you playing it again? Haven't you played that already? Hasn't the jury already heard that issue this morning already?
We did not.
Didn't you play that already?
Let me get clarity. As co-counsel is reminding me, we played a portion of it and I was getting ready to ask her to explain that portion of it. And that is the point at which the objection came. So the objection was to the explanation. And the argument was that it should be allowed to speak for itself, not that it should be excluded, just that because it's responsive. It's just that for the people outside of the interview room, it's difficult to discern, but the court has ruled, and I will abide by that ruling, that the jury deciphers it for itself, but the court didn't.
I mean, in terms of playing it, there just can't be. But see, the courts, I'm trying to understand, why do you want to play it again? Hasn't been played already? Has it been played in front of this jury already?
It was played, Your Honor, and it
When?
was yesterday. And
Okay,
a
that's what I
portion of-
thought. Okay, so why are we playing it again?
Because in order for the state to propound the questions that we intend to
Such
propound,
as?
why did she ask him how it went from real music to all of that, what she meant by all of that, and did he seem to have any difficulty understanding her question, and did he give a answer that she considered responsive in that moment, as she recalls it in
I
that
thought you
room?
asked that already. I did.
Yes, and that was here with the court, not with the jury. That's all.
Okay, all right. No,
Well,
that's just my answer, okay? Okay, so that fits for you. You can sit down. All
well,
right, what did you want to tell
I'm
me?
still gonna ask. Thank you. So we raised objections about playing the same video that was already played yesterday, today, under Rule 403, cumulative, places undue emphasis on the evidence, etc. Your Honor,
I said I would consider it.
you said you need to be judicious. That's what you said to the state, and now we're just playing the thing.
Okay.
For a second time, for no purpose. Just so we can ask the detective, the former investigator, if she asked the question in that prior interview, which is on tape, which is going in evidence, which the jury is going to have. That's not judicious.
Yeah.
Right now, we're just replowing the thing the second time around. It's cumulative, and our stance is it shouldn't have been played once, but
Okay.
at this point, it's a 403 issue, and there's no probative value.
It's getting cumulative,
Respect.
Miss Love.
Respectfully, Your Honor, this is consistent with the manner that Mr. Steele examined Mr. Stevens and Mr. Bean. He first played the entire interview, and then he went back and he played portions of the interview. I believe at one point I leveled the objection that it had already been played. But Mr. Steele argued that he needed to ask about certain portions of it. And this method that we are employing here is in no way inconsistent with methods that
Okay,
have
but
been.
it's becoming cumulative. That's the challenge at this point in time, is that they don't have the burden. You do.
Right.
I mean, and remember, they haven't put on their case in chief yet. They don't have to.
Right.
So you making correlations to him is not appropriate as of yet. Okay.
Understood, Your Honor, but I'm glad that the court pointed out with our burden, we have to take advantage of the opportunity that we have to get as much clarity for the jury as we can.
I understand that, but you've come to a point where I believe it will be cumulative. Yes, sir.
And that is my whole point. I did it with the person who made the statement. All I know about is Mr. Bean. If it happened with Trontavia Stevens, I don't recall that. But you do it with the person whose import, whose words the jurors are wrestling with. The state wouldn't do that. They're doing it with a detective, and they let Mr. Murphy go. That was my whole point of replaying this recording with the non-testifier on issues that are not inconsistent. So,
All right.
And of course, attempt to ask Mr. Murphy about this, and he claimed no knowledge, no memory. But we'll move on, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. So you're not playing this again?
Not
Please
this
don't
portion.
play it again. Okay.
No.
All right. Okay. Can we bring our detective in now, please? All right. All right, Sergeant Ingram, summon our jurors, please, sir.
It's on.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. All right, thank you, Sergeant Ingram. All right, madam, you may continue.
Thank you, Judge. Detective Gaither, after Mr. Murphy asked you to turn off your digital recorder that was on the desk in front of you, and you asked him, how did y'all get caught up with that? Did you have to explain who y'all was before Mr. Murphy continued to talk?
No,
Did he express any confusion as to who y'all was at any time before, after, during that bathroom break that he took?
no,
And when you spoke about getting caught up with What was it that you meant?
I was referencing how did it start from just being about music and now transition to what myself and the gang unit appeared to be a gang war going on in Atlanta, just back and forth retaliatory shootings.
Thank you. And who was the y'all that you referred to as you asked Mr. Murphy the question, how did y'all get caught up with that?
I was speaking about YSL members and their associates.
When you spoke with Mr. Murphy about remembering when Thug was rapping and was Red Cartel and Mr. Murphy was Red Cartel, and about y'all being with Block and all that, at any time before that moment, did you have to explain to Mr. Murphy who Red Cartel was or what Block was?
No, I didn't.
Did he ever express any confusion before or after you made that comment or asked that question as to who Red Cartel was and what you meant when you referenced him and Thug being Red Cartel?
Video, audio is the evidence speaks for itself. 24-4.
They are,
I'll overrule your objection, sir.
you may answer it.
No, I didn't have to explain.
When you asked Mr. Murphy the question, how did it go from real music to all of that? Why did you ask him how it went from real music to all of that?
I sustain the objection.
I'll ask a better way. When you made the distinction for Mr. Murphy between real music and all of that, at any point during your interaction with him on July the 15th, 2015, including when he went to the bathroom, did he ever correct you in making that distinction from real music and all of that?
No.
Same question as to real music and all of that. During any time during that interview on July 15th, 2015, whether when you went to the bathroom, out in the hallway, did he ever express any confusion about what you meant when you asked, how did it go from real music to all of that?
24-3, 4-403. They played in evidence.
I'm going to overrule the objection, sir.
You may answer. Did he ever express any confusion outside that room, hallway, anywhere else about what you meant when you said, how did it go from real music to all of that?
No.
All right. At any point during your interaction with Walter Murphy on July 15th of 2015, either out in the hallway, in the bathroom, somewhere else, did he talk about the music group YSL?
No, I don't believe we had any conversations with him while he was sitting on the toilet.
And at any other time, did he intend or attempt to elaborate that YSL is only a music group? At any time during this interview?
Objection then basis.
No foundation.
Overrule, sir. Overrule, sir.
You may,
Overrule, sir.
you may answer.
Can you repeat that last question, please?
Yes, Your Honor, with the court's indulgence, may I ask the court reporter to repeat it directly and
You may.
explicitly? Thank you.
Ms. Weaver?
And at any other time, did he intend or attempt to elaborate that YSL is only a music group at any time during this year?
No.
Was there a portion in the interview where Walter Murphy told you that if you're not on Cleveland and you're not YSL, you're getting gone?
Yes, I believe.
Your Honor, it speaks for itself. It's an
Your Honor.
I'll rule the objection, sir.
Yes.
Okay. Did you have any trouble understanding what he meant
objection.
by those words?
Sorry, objection relevance.
Oh, I'm sustained the objection.
Did you ask, why did you ask him so they take out their own after he told you that?
Objection relevance.
I'll rule that objection, sir.
Let me answer the question. Why did you ask Mr. Murphy so they take out their own after Mr. Murphy said, if you're not on Cleveland and you're not YSL, if you're on Cleveland and not YSL, you're getting gone?
Just based on that statement, the way I interpreted what he said was,
I sustain the objection.
Without speculating about his meaning,
mhm.
when you asked him so they take out their own, what was it that you were asking him?
Relevance.
Overruled. Overruled, sir. Overruled.
Okay, 24,
Let me guess, 4403 again?
no, 404A.
All right.
24,
Still overruled, sir.
404A.
Overruled, sir.
Thank you.
You may answer.
Answer.
Thank you.
When he stated that we take out our own, I took that as members of the community because we were talking about Cleveland Avenue and YSL.
24-4-404A.
Your Honor,
Overruled, sir. Please have a seat.
you got
Thank you, Judge. Investigator Gaither, after Walter Murphy told you that if you're on Cleveland and not YSL, you're getting gone, did you understand, did you have an understanding of what he was talking about?
Yes.
And in asking him, so they take out their own, was that your understanding?
Yes.
All right. Her, did he say yes to that question, so they take out their own?
I'm not 100% certain if he stated yes.
Which, showing you a written portion of the interview, refresh your memory.
I will object. Well, it's what you know, that if it's the same transcript, not a transcript.
It can be, refreshing recollection can be done with anything, Mr. Steele. So I'll let her look at that. If that's the case, it just needs to be identified for the purpose of the record. And we'll see whether or not that refreshes the recollection.
Thank you, Your Honor. It will be page 80 of 152, and it will be line.
It's the next step. What's it? We'll have to identify it for the record. So what's it? Is the next state's exhibit?
The exhibit number, Your Honor, will be State's Exhibit 104 Bravo Bravo Beta.
For identification. All right. Okay. Yes, Mr. Hold on. Okay. All right.
I have another one. The one at 152. Thank you. And since we're only using this portion, Your Honor, we'll just mark this one particular page, page 80 of 152 as 104 Bravo Bravo Bravo.
Can you show that to defense counsel, please?
Yes, Judge. And we also provided a digital copy as well.
No, it's refreshing. It's refreshing recollection. It has to be identified, just that it's shown to her. That's it.
My thing is if it's being entered into the record and it's given a stamp, we just feel that the entire transcript should be entered into the record. So the record is clear as to
Your Honor.
it is. And the shortcomings.
Okay. Well, y'all approach, please.
Step up.
Before we continue, it's been brought to my attention on good authority that we need to do a couple of things. One, let's take a break, and two, it's a lunchtime hour. So why don't we, ladies and gentlemen, if that's okay with you, why don't we just recess until 1:15? Is that okay? And then we can go ahead and resume at that point in time. Detective Gaither, we'll see you back at 1:15. Don't discuss your testimony, except the attorneys in this case, okay? All right, thank you. All right. Okay, our jury's left us. We're in recess until 1:15. We'll see you then, okay?
Thank you, Judge.
Return to your seats. We can go ahead and call for our jurors. Can we get Detective Gaither to come back, please?
She coming.
Okay. All right, summon our jurors, please, sir. Can we buy you one good one? Okay. Stay off, that's right. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. All right, thank you, Sergeant Ingram. All right, we'll go ahead and continue.
Investigator Gaither, I'm going to move forward to the next time that you spoke with Walter Murphy after speaking with him on July 15th of 2015, okay? After you finished speaking with Walter Murphy on that date, July 15th, 2015, where did he go?
He went to the Fulton County Jail,
And is that also called Rice Street sometimes?
Rice Streets.
And was he booked in at Fulton County Jail?
He was.
Do you recall the next time that you spoke with him after that?
I believe it was mid-August.
Did you ever visit him at the jail between July 15th, 2015 and August 18th, 2015?
No,
Between July 15th, 2015 and August 18th, 2015, did Walter Murphy ever reach out to you to talk to you about anything related to music?
no,
And on August the 18th, 2015, was that interaction you had with him initiated by you or by Walter Murphy?
Walter Murphy.
And who was it that reached out to you and told you that he wanted to talk to you?
I'll sustain the objection. You can rephrase.
I can, thank you. How did you come to speak with Walter Murphy on August the 18th of 2015? What circumstances led to that communication?
His attorney, Jacoby Hudson, reached out to me and asked if he can set up an interview, a second interview with Walter Murphy.
Did you have any intention of talking to Walter Murphy again after you finished your July 15th, 2015 interview?
No.
Why?
And it appeared he was telling me the second person who was involved, and he stated his involvement within the case that I was investigating. So, I mean, at that point, I didn't want to just go in circles with him, basically. So I attempted to find other individuals or other means to solve what I needed to solve.
Where did you meet Walter Murphy the second time on August 18, 2015?
Atlanta Police Headquarters.
Who all was at that interview?
Myself, Investigator Dennis, his attorney, Jacoby Hudson, and Walter Murphy.
Was it in a similar room as the July 15, 2015 interview?
Yes,
And did you all allow Mr. Hudson to sit in on the interview between Detective Dennis, yourself, and Walter Murphy?
yes,
And was Mr. Hudson able to communicate freely with his client during the course of that interview?
yes.
In the August 18, 2015 interview, did you all, either you or Detective Dennis or anybody on behalf of APD, promise Walter Murphy anything to get to talk to you that time?
No,
Did you all threaten him in any way to get him to talk to you that time?
no,
Was that interview audio and video recorded?
yes, it was.
All right. I want to show you what we have labeled, Your Honor, the digital file labeled State's Exhibit 105, Bravo, Bravo. And we've provided a copy to counsel for the defendants if either of them want to see what we're showing Detective Gaither. I can show that to them now. Now I'll proceed with Ms. Hilton's laptop, since that's the one we'll be using to share.
Counsel, anyone? Okay, Mr. Adams?
No, sir.
Okay.
May I?
2 minute approach.
Thank you. Prior to coming in here today, have you had an opportunity to review? First of all, do you recognize the video that is displayed on the screen and will be labeled as State's Exhibit 105, Bravo, Bravo?
Yes,
And are you in this video?
yes,
Is Detective Dennis in this video?
yes,
Is Walter Murphy in this video?
yes,
And is his lawyer Jacoby Hudson in the video?
yes,
Was the video that you watched a fair and accurate representation of the video interview that you all conducted with Walter Murphy and his lawyer on August 18, 2015?
yes,
Your Honor, the state tender State's Exhibit 105, Bravo, Bravo, is evidence subject to any prior rulings made by the court.
Anything further other than the rulings the court's already made? All right. Okay. 105 Bravo is admitted subject to the
Rulings.
ruling, early rulings by the court.
Thank you, Judge. Permission to publish, Your Honor, and
You may publish as you see fit.
thank you, Your Honor. And if we could just give the timestamp that we'll start at.
Starting at 2:14:16 p.m.
Thank you, Your Honor. Permission to seat myself at the table.
Yes, you may, madam.
Did you share that?
You're gonna have to make some changes. They might let her run on them.
Basis, sir. Overrule, sir.
Fail, say it's fail.
I don't believe you letting the video is in accordance with prior rules.
She's got, I'm gonna overrule the objection, sir.
Investigator Gaither, using the pointer behind you while the video is on the screen and stopped at 2:14:45 p.m., would you please point out who the persons in the room are for the jury?
yes. This is Walter Murphy here. His shirt, long sleeve white shirt. This is his attorney, Jacoby Hudson. This is Investigator Dennis, and this is myself
And just so that the record is clear, is Mr. Hudson wearing a long sleeve white shirt and a tie?
with a necktie.
Thank you. All right, you may take your seat. Your Honor, we are now resuming at 2:14:45.
All right.
Thank you.
I'm Walter Murphy. WALTERMURPHY. Birthday 8/9/91. Are you under the influence of any drugs, alcohol, medication, anything like that? Okay. What's your last street address? 1678 Backpipe Place. What city is that? Conley, Georgia. Conley? Alright. What's the zip? You know? 303-2, if I'm mistaken. Alright. And this is your attorney, Mr. Jacoby Hudson, right? Yes, ma'am. Well, you reached out to us and want to provide some information about this case that you hear on, correct? Yes, ma'am. All right. I want to just once again advise you of your rights, just so you know what's going on. You have your attorney here. If you have any questions with him, anything like that, yeah, we can go back over it again. So find a labor house.
Yeah, we're pausing at 2:16:13, and we would ask the court, there's audible noises that may interfere with hearing the video. If the court could allow more quiet in the courtroom so that the jury could hear what's going on.
Where is it? Where is it coming from, madam?
I can't tell. It's behind me, so I can't tell.
All right, we'll do the best we can with that. Okay.
Thank you.
You got a right to remain silent. You know that any statement that you make can be used against you in a court of law. You know that you have the right to have your attorney present here with you while you're making any statements, and have him present with you while you are making a statement. You know that if you don't have enough money to employ an attorney, then one can be provided for you free of charge by the courts. That if you request an attorney, no questions will be asked. Your attorney is present, but your attorney, Mr. Hudson, is here. At this time, do you still want to speak with us with your right being in mind? All right. Has anyone promised you anything to come down here and make a statement? Okay. All right. The date is August 18th. Okay, we're speaking in reference to this case at 2110 Glanville Road. The shooting that occurred. Do you know this guy?
Pausing at 2:17:14. Detective Gaither, would you please tell the jury what it is that you just passed to Walter Murphy in this video at that time stamp?
Just the driver's license photo of Dexter Montgomery.
Thank you. Continue.
I want to know that he looks familiar. He looks familiar to you?
Used to look.
Miss Hudson, have you seen him?
I haven't.
That's not Photoshop. This is Hanson to the old low.
I remember you told me that. And I've also told Mr. Murphy that too.
Okay. Can you tell me what happened? How did you come involved with this case? At the time, before it had occurred, I was at a guy who I looked up to, named Hot Rod. I spoke to about him the other time I was at his You said his name was what? Hot Rod. You know his real name? Rocky. The same person you speak about? Yes, ma'am. Okay. But, I was at his spot.
At 2:18:19, what picture or what did you place before Mr. Murphy?
A photograph of Rodney Allison, AKA Hot.
And did he identify or recognize Mr. Allison?
Yes, that's
Thank
how.
you. Continuing at 2:18:19, Your Honor.
On the road. We were sitting there. It was me, the guy named Nard. My little homie's father had pulled up. He had a new stolen car. So a new stolen car? Like an up-to-date car. It was stolen though. Okay. He had I forget what kind. I think it was the new Taurus. A new Taurus? Yeah, like with a police car. He had one of them. So we were gonna get it sold. We were gonna get a chop. Where he pulled up. Make a long story short, we were talking, and then all of a sudden, Nard come out of that room. You know what I'm saying? Saying, "Let's ride. We got something to handle." He handed me the chocolate. We got in the white. What's it called? We got into the white Jeep, and then we rolled out. It was me, him, and Fat. And then we rolled. Where were you seated? I was in the passenger seat. Up front? Yes, ma'am. I'm in the passenger seat. And we rolled down. We went to the Citgo gas station. We pulled up, but while we was on the way there, he was on the phone with. And we on wait. Who was he speaking with? I guess he was speaking with Bentley. I'm not sure. So Nard was on the phone with somebody you assume to be Bentley. So what exactly did he say? Like, did he say why we need to go up there, or? He didn't say why. He just had me a gun, so I assumed that something was going down. You know what I'm saying? I really thought, to be honest, we were going to have somebody hit a lick for some money or something. Okay. But when we got there, I seen Bentley standing out in front of the store. You know what I'm saying? We pulled up to the pump. I think Nard got out after me. I think. I can't really, if my story might be a little blurry because I was hot at the moment. But I got out, I walked up to Bentley. You still had the gun with you? Yes, ma'am. Bentley said something. Bentley said, "There's them right there," or some shit. He said, and he pointed at the car. What kind of car you remember seeing? I can't remember. It was like a car there. Okay. At least, at the pumps, it was at least 3 or 4 cars. Okay. So I can't really remember the color of the car, what kind of car it was. But I walked up to the car. The front passenger one, like it cracked, so I backed up. The front on which side? The driver's side or passenger side? I can't remember which side it was. I just know I walked up to the front window. And what'd you do? It was tinted. I walked up, and when I walked up, I had a gun in my hand. They let one down, so I didn't know. I got scared. So I backed up. And then I was like, they like, "Hey man, come on, get over here," you know what I'm saying? So I walked back over there toward the door, and I told Hot Rod, and then it was okay to come out, you know what I'm saying? Like, I got y'all come out, you know what I'm saying? Nobody gonna do nothing. What does that mean? Like, I got y'all come out, ain't nobody gonna do nothing to y'all. Like,
Why was they scared to come out?
because after I found out afterward, I thought it happened that they thought that they were trying to rob them. They thought they were following them. Bentley them thought that the boys, the victim that was following them. Yes. That's how I was telling them. They assumed that them folks were following the Hot Rod trying to rob her. Rod told Bentley to make the call. That's how. And Bentley made the call to. You know, he could. This is good.
What's Bentley? You got a phone number on Bentley?
I don't really get down with Bentley like that. I mean, if you just so willy-nilly willing to run out the house with a stick, I mean, I ain't get it. I can't. God, I ain't gonna lie to my. Everybody know DK lawyer. Everybody know that. If I fought you, I'm loyal to you. But I always be the fool and be loyal to the wrong niggas, you know what I'm saying? How close are you and Nard? I ain't gonna say we that close. Like, he had just got out and going to bed, I'd say, like, probably a year or 2, you know what I'm saying, ago. He got out and going to bed. And, man, like, we started hanging out. We started getting out together. Started popping out together.
The day he gave you that stick, whose stick was it? Word.
In the spot, like, it was in case somebody tried to come in the spot. You know what I'm saying?
Where's the spot?
The spot is up Banbury. Whose spot is that? It's Hot Rod spot. On Banbury? You know the address? The street is off of Banbury? Yeah. I don't know the address. It's just basically a spot where I go. If I be fucked up, I ask Hot Rod to give me something. He'll give me some money, give me some drugs, get a house. And if Adam got a car, like I ain't really connect on the Hot Rod like that because I don't want to get cut in every time they have to come. You know what I'm saying? So I take them to Hot Rod. You know what I'm saying? Like Hot Rod wouldn't let them be in there unless I was there. You know what I'm saying? Shit like that. What kind of spot is like? What is the trap house? Trap house, everything. Yeah, I don't know.
So, abandoned spot, you can chop cars, get dope, get guns.
I pull up right car here, look at the car, man, whoever got the chop shop, and he'll be like, yeah, he going.
So he was doing that.
Who was that? And mom. Who was that? He heard the business. Who was that? That Pokey. That thought shit. You said Pokey or Fatty? You said Fatty, didn't you? That ain't Fatty. I know that's Pokey. Yeah. I said Fatty with him. Initially, you said Pokey. I'm talking about last time. Last interview, you told me Pokey.
For the record, Investigator Gaither, at 2:24:29, have you put something in front of Walter Murphy at this time?
Yes.
And would you please describe for the record what it is that you've put in front of Walter Murphy?
The first photo was of Demise McMullen. The second photo of Kelvin Treadwell. And the third photo was a young man nicknamed Pokey.
And
Pokey.
the photo you described as the first photo, is that the one to the left of Mr. Murphy, to his close to his left arm?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Would you continue, please? At 2:24:29, we're continuing, Your Honor.
I was just telling you that I was just scared. I ain't gonna lie, cause at the time, I didn't know y'all bringing me over the footage. So when you came out, like, I mean, I told you straight up last time, like, I don't have no problem showing my head. Yeah, but I didn't. You gotta think about like, so when I over, I'm thinking like, this is got me a dog. Like, you going for questions? So I'm really going for questions. I ain't think I was gonna be arrested for talking about it.
You ain't think it was your face, you thought you was just. So.
I didn't know what.
Now look, who all was in the car with you?
It was me.
What's Fatty real name?
I don't know your real name. That's Pokey Farm. How well do you know Fatty? I mean, I'm through Pokey. He stayed in the.
At 2:25:29, who all on this date did Walter Murphy say was in the car with him?
Himself, Nard, and Fatty.
Go ahead. Starting back at 2:25:29.
What's it called? King Smith? Yeah, he stayed in the complex called King Smith. My mom stayed out there. But at the time, he was in a little clique, a gang called Slum. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Who is that right there? I'll get you a closer picture. I can't put my face on that. This person right here is this person right here. Yeah, that's just a little blur right there. Who is that? Let me make it. Who is this? And who is this? I don't know who that is. Right here. He was at the store too. Yeah, he was. I don't know him though. I don't know that guy.
Who was that?
That's Ben.
So he called Nord for hot rod, is what you say?
Yeah, when we got that to the foot, that's not. When we got that to the spot, I think I had Ben. I was like, what are you doing? He was like, nigga following him, you know what I'm saying? Nigga, they said the nigga following him for a minute.
But answer this question, right? This is the part that make it fucked up.
So you remember them pulling the victims and went down Jonesboro? They went down Jonesboro towards the cemetery. And we got out in the car. Well, yeah, we got in the car and went down. The same 3 people that came in your car? Same thing got in.
Now, hold on. What were you saying when you got back in the car?
When I got back in the car, I was in the passenger side the same way I came.
Who was driving?
No, I was driving. Which I was in the back of it. I don't even think Fat ever got out the car, to be honest.
Did he have a stick too?
No, Fat, I don't think Fat had no gun. That was, I watched this video and I know Fatty, and this guy that's in this car don't look like Fatty. Like the video, it ain't the greatest, but it ain't the worst. Yeah, you're right. And this little dude, let me see if I printed out a picture. It looks nothing like what I know Fatty look like. Yeah, on a blue little jacket or something. Because from what I'm hearing, supposedly you guys think Fatty snitching about another case. So everybody trying to kind of throw Fatty under the bus. I'm not saying that you are, but word is Fatty telling them about another case. So
Basically, y'all called up there as escorts.
I don't have to tell you, but you know what I'm saying? You weren't like a jackass. You weren't.
So they were scared.
Cause they were scared. So when y'all pulled out, you, Fatty, and Nana, right? You were in you said front passenger seat? Okay, and Fatty was sitting where? Nana. Okay. We went down Brownsville. And been down Fulton. Okay. Behind them. And when we went down Brownsville, I'm saying we seen the coat, the same coat, sitting at the if you go down John Road, and then you go down Brownsville, it's a connecting street. But it's going to the road. I don't see what road, but it's cool there right there. Now they seen the same coat right there. He said, that same coat. He slowed up. When he slowed up, Benton on smashed past those. They went around those. When they went around, he let them around. Put the stick up to the one. Pull it out. Good at that. What? And you said Fatty didn't have a gun? How many times do you remember not shooting? It had to be at least 3 or 4 times. And what did you do? I ain't doing that. You didn't shoot at all? I did not shoot my gun. What are these guns at? Small woman, I gave him back and I he too, because I don't let nobody go in the back room, but now it's like, basically like the house, like he protect the house, you know what I'm saying? He don't sell drugs, he just protect the house, you know what I'm saying? So now he got a stick for me, took it back up, you know what I'm saying?
What the house look like? Rocky spot.
It's a regular house.
Like, give me a color, what's in front of it?
It's a brick house. It's nothing in front of it. The driveway kind of slumped down a little bit. It's a brown gate right there. It's a brown gate right there. I'm trying to think of the name of this street, but it ain't altitude. It's off of what? It's off of Banbury. It's off of Banbury.
So after North,
Banbury off of Broman. Street, man. I'm trying to pull them out. How many times you been over there, Why? Probably 2 times a week when I was, but not recently though. Not recently. Cause when the shit happened, so got mad at it, you know what I'm saying? Got mad at you? Yeah, when that I was fucking with none like that, you know what I'm saying? Fucking with like that, doing stupid shit. So he told me to lay low. So I went to lay low.
why were you mad at you?
Cause like I look at like to be honest with dog, like my big brother, you know what I'm saying? Something like my big brother. Or my brother. Not my big brother, but my brother. Cause we the same age, but I look like I did so much shit from to the point where I ain't have to do nothing else, you know what I'm saying? In the past. So he just told me to lay low. Like I be with family, I be with mom, I be with sisters. I protect them, you know what I'm saying? That's all he had me to do, like, well, just stay with these folks, put you in the house, don't gotta worry about them, no clothes, no shoes.
He was vested, basically.
You know what I'm saying? Like, he's like, bro, just to take my family. And then once he found out that I was getting higher and back fucking with hot rod, he got mad at me. He found out.
You didn't know your job.
And he found out none of them doing hot shit like that. And then fucking with Bentley, he didn't cut off from time because Bentley used to be a road manager or some shit.
Why you cut Billy off?
You know, stiff on.
There's only a couple streets run off Banbury. You got Tony Place.
That's it.
Tony Place.
On the face.
What end of the street is it on? If you're coming in on Banbury, it's on the left or the right?
Huh?
If you're coming in on Banbury, if you're coming in, I'm looking at the map right now. Bromac runs off. It's Bromac. Right here. Or Brownsville Road. You take that left on Bromac. And then you take the right on Banbury.
So that means we come down front. If we come down Bromac, we're gonna make a right on Banbury.
Okay.
Make a right on Banbury, and then it's the no. If we come down Bromac, we're gonna make a right on another street, Sunridge, and then we're gonna make a left on the second
Tony Place. That's what I'm saying. What is Tony Place?
It's right, like,
So you turn left.
I'm just driving. When we come down Bromac, the right on Sunridge, it's Second Street to
Tony Place.
the left, and it's the second house
On the left or the right?
on the left. The second house to the left. Second Street to the left, second house on the left. At a farm gate. The driveway a little slump, like if it rain, when it rain, it get flooded right there.
Okay.
So after you shoot, what was the conversation like?
Daddy, I've been around a lot of shit. I'm seeing it get killed, so I ain't no conversation.
Just like,
Ain't no conversation.
did y'all know y'all hit somebody though?
This make shit I ain't falling off. You know what I'm saying?
But did y'all know y'all didn't know y'all hit or nothing?
I ain't know him to.
What is that?
Yeah, obviously he bragged about it because he got ready to throw it. You know what I'm saying?
You know what I'm saying? What did he say?
He ain't said to me. I'm just saying, nigga like, are you y'all shot some folk? I guess it was on the news or something. You know what I'm saying? Cause they niggas found out it was not.
Didn't Bentley get brought in for question?
That's probably had to find out too. But
How would he find out?
so,
Yeah.
man, we had to talk like a girl, man.
Hey, who is Bentley, baby mama? You know?
Him and Nard got the same baby mama's sisters, I think.
Bentley and Nard, baby mamas are.
Your Honor, we're stopping at 237:57.
Okay.
It was doing 238.
Tia.
What's her name?
Tia, one of they baby. I ain't gonna really say which one she is. She one of they baby mama. She was proceed. She got a sister named Squirrel. The girl who died. Remember the girl who died? Squirrel. That's their sister. Tia and I can't think of her name, man. It's another one. So she just quiet. Damn, what's her name?
Which one quiet? Nut baby? I mean not Nut.
I don't know which one is which.
Main one that related to Nut? That's one of their sisters. You know, Big Nut, you got murdered?
No.
Big Nut.
What about that?
That's his sister.
Bentley, baby mama is Nut's sister.
Oh, no, I might be too much wrong girl then. Men probably got more than one baby mama. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
But I know Tia them and Squirrel, Bentley, and Nard got a baby mama about their sister, and they could.
Okay, I'm getting confused. I'm sorry, because I didn't.
I want to get off track. So Bentley and Nard are no relation. No, they cousins. They like blood, like for real blood cousins. I don't know. They say they cousins, so in my mind, they blood cousins. From what I've seen, they blood cousins. They go to with the same apartment. Right. And now Oscar Vic, they go to the Oscar Vic together. You got a phone number for Nard or a phone number that he had? Huh? I don't really work on phone like that. I mean, he made a phone call. He was there. He worked off the phone. I had a flip phone, bro. Now he just got out. He want to hear the iPhone or nothing. I wasn't really want my associate like that. You know what I'm saying? What's you know a number for Bentley?
How you get in touch with these folks?
Y'all listening, bro. I'm trying to, but everybody, I mean, it's I don't really remember nothing like that, man. In my life, 2-3 years, I got 2 cases. I don't remember his number.
Okay, 24101.
And resume.
I'm sure you've heard that what me and Dennis and investigator
Sorry, resuming at 24125.
in retaliation of peanut McDonald's time.
That's why you're trying to bust your head and up in the Fulton County. That's why they got a green light on y'all.
Yeah, you know about that. And that's what I want to know. What you know.
24152. Investigator Gaither, after you mentioned the 22 gang-related shootings that you and Detective Dennis were working, what entity did was that Detective Dennis that we heard speak after you were speaking?
Yes.
And what entity was it that Detective Dennis referred to was trying to bust up y'all's head as he spoke to Walter Murphy? Who was trying to bust up their head?
People in jail, members of YFN.
And how did Detective Dennis refer to that same group as IF?
Or if gang, yes, ma'am.
And in response to Detective Dennis asserting that that is why IF gang is trying to bust up y'all's head in the jail, did Walter Murphy refute that or say, no, IF is not trying to bust us up in the jail?
Over objection, the video speaks for itself.
I'm gonna sustain on other grounds. You can rephrase it.
What was Walter Murphy's response to the question or the statement or assertion by Dennis? That's why IF is trying to bust up y'all's head in the jail.
He didn't disagree with him or refute what he was saying. He appeared to be agreeing with him.
At any point, did he question who the y'all is?
I'll sustain this to form. I'll sustain the objection, she said.
At any point, did Walter Murphy ask for clarity about who the y'all were that you spoke about when you referred to IF trying to bust up y'all's head in the jail?
No, he did not.
And at any point, did Walter Murphy tell you in response to Dennis's assertion, that's not true, I don't know what you're talking about.
No, he did not.
At any point did Walter Murphy correct you or Dennis in any way after Dennis made the assertion about if trying to bust up their head?
I stand in objection.
At any point did Walter Murphy say anything about false flagging after Dennis made the assertion that he made about the okay? Your Honor, I'm not
I'll
asserting.
rule that objection now.
At any point did Walter Murphy mention anything about false flagging after Dennis made the assertion about the okay, trying to bust up their head?
No, he did not.
Starting back at 2:41. Two 41:25. Two 41:20.
Me and Dennis and Investigator Thorpe been working, and we've been working literally 22 drive-bys, 22 gang-related shootings, and they all been in retaliation of peanut murder, Donovan Thomas. Okay?
That's why he's trying to bust your head and up in the Fulton County. That's why they got a green light on y'all.
You know I know that. And
Your Honor, I was trying to let the response be heard and they talked over it, so I'm going to, with the court's permission, rewind to 2:41:25 because I paused to ask questions.
All right, okay.
At 2:41:30.
But me and Dennis and Investigator Thorpe been working, and we've been working literally 22 drive-bys, 22 gang-related shootings, and they all been in retaliation of peanut murder, Donovan Thomas. Okay?
That's why he's trying to bust your head and up in the Fulton County. That's why they got a green light on y'all.
You know I know that. And that's what I want to know. What you know about this murder? I was in the hospital when it happened, but
Detective Gaither at 2:41:56. Would you tell the jury what a green light is?
Green light is basically permission to harm whatever an individual is that's green lighted.
And is that a term that you heard frequently during your time in gang unit?
Yes.
Was it consistently used that way?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Yes.
You spell, sir?
got your mark on the wall, okay? Come on.
Oh, so you want us to continue?
Yeah. They said to be ready for break.
Oh, thank you. And we're starting back up at 2:41:58, Your Honor.
Goddamn. Damn nigga deep, bro. Nigga.
We're pausing at,
I know. Goddamn.
we're pausing at 2:42:00, and we'll pick up at 2:42. We're continuing at 2:42:03.
That shit gonna be ugly, boy.
What you mean?
Like, every time nigga deep, bro, nigga.
Then they join forces with the 20s.
Yeah, man, the whole way coat, bro, nigga. See, nigga murder niggas and shit, you know what I'm saying? They'll get nigga a pass, you know what I'm saying? Like, he can't help by himself, his back fucked up, you know what I'm saying? We ain't gonna do nothing to DK, you know what I'm saying? But them niggas, they niggas sending cuts, you know what I'm saying? They gonna kill me, bro.
So now we're pausing at 2:42:30. And we're starting at 2:42:51. Ms. Hilton. Before we actually, let me just ask you this, investigator. Did Mr. Murphy mention being in hospital in January and February of 2015?
During this interview,
Yes, if you remember.
I don't believe he did.
All right. Are you certain about it? No, I have to.
I'll overrule that objection.
Are you certain about it?
I don't recall.
We're showing you portions of the interview from August of 2015. Refresh your memory?
Sure.
You want to show that to defense counsel, please?
Yes, Your Honor. Page 74 of 161. And Your Honor, we will mark this in conjunction with the,
Yes, for identification.
yes.
Excuse me.
We will mark this State's Exhibit 112, Bravo, Bravo, just for the purposes of the record. Showing you page 74, 161, just at the bottom, line 23, counsel.
Okay.
Did Mr. Murphy mention being in the hospital in January and in February of 2015?
Yes, he did.
Thank you. Now we're starting at 2:45:29, Your Honor.
Them folk beefing in the club, like. Cause I seen nothing. Wait, though. I'm saying, go in on time.
We're gonna start back at 2:45:29. And while we are getting that ready, investigative Gaither, during the interview on August 18, 2015, did Walter Murphy talk to you about people beefing with one another in Club Crucial?
Yes.
And did he speak about any particular groups or individuals beefing with one another?
Yes.
Do you recall which groups or which individuals those were?
He referred to us as YSL and if gang.
Okay. Were If and YSL the two groups that were beefing?
Yes.
And was that Club Crucial?
Yes.
And is that the one you mentioned on Donnelly Hollowell?
Yes.
Now, was there ever a time when Walter Murphy indicated he had seen Diamond Thomas and Thug together, cordial with one another?
Yes, he stated they were seen in the club together.
And was that prior to December of 2014 or after December of 2014?
I'm not certain of the context.
Did YSL have a gambling house that you are aware of within the gang unit at the Atlanta Police Department?
Yes.
I stay in the question.
Did APD gang investigators identify a location where YSL people like to gamble?
We did.
Where was that location?
A few years ago, to the best of my recollection, I believe it was somewhere near Moreland Avenue,
Moreland Avenue?
somewhere in that area.
All right. We're starting at 2:47:07. starting at 2:47:09 to be precise. Go ahead.
See what I'm saying? It's big.
Sound out, so we're gonna back up to 2:47:09.
And why we beefing? They said they gonna kill us. Who did it and why we beefing? They said they gonna kill us. I gotta put my gun on and watch me put my back in the wall and don't trust nobody. Listen, after, from what I know and how close you are with Doug, and just like you said, ain't nobody just gonna be up there hot by a spot. You and Nard, y'all about to do shit together. Conversation has been said about. It's hard to believe. It ain't like you one of the younger members and.
Two 47:07.
I'm really asking you like what happened. See what I'm saying? It's beef between this gang and Slime, so that's just what I go off for, I guess. You know what I'm saying? I ain't really asking who did it and why we beefing. They said they gonna kill us. I gotta put my gun on and watch me put my back in the wall and don't trust nobody. Listen, after, from what I know and how close you are with Doug, and just like you said, ain't nobody just gonna be up there hot by a spot. You and Nard, y'all about to do shit together. Conversation has been said about. It's just hard to believe. It ain't like you one of the younger members and, you know what I'm saying, you just new to the crew. I don't know who did that.
You serious what I said? So it's almost like.
From what you told me, you wasn't around the members. That's what some last time. I'm from, yeah, man. What you got, bro? Then it was just me, Thug, and Mundo, and Slow. These folks run all type of niggas, bitch, homie, corn. All type of niggas done trying up. You know what I'm saying? I branched off from them folks. You even said you stopped seeing me for a minute, don't tell you. I branched off.
Pausing at 2:48:17. Detective Gaither, did you understand who Walter Murphy was speaking of when he said, bitch, homie Quan?
I did.
Would you please tell the jury who he was speaking of when he said, bitch, homie Quan?
The rapper, Rich Homie Quan.
And when he spoke about the beef between Ifgang and Slime, did you have any understanding based on your investigation what Slime was, or the entity Slime, what that was meant to refer to?
Yes.
Sustained objection.
Yes, Your Honor.
Those started fucking with, you're not listening. Those started fucking with Ural, bro. And Yak and Duke and Roscoe. You know them folks. I've been with Roscoe, though. I'm not saying everybody know Roscoe. I was always cool with Roscoe, but other than that, I don't know, dude. What about you and Duke and Yak and excuse me, all those guys? I don't fuck with Duke and Yak. Them niggas they just with us because he got the money, bro. I mean, Duke the same nigga we got into it in the club, coming through a broken shit. You know what I'm saying? That shit. I don't know how dudes look at it and why you fuck with a nigga like that, but I don't know what it is. I don't get out on a nigga like that. I come around, get what I need to get from Thug. I come around, his sister will come around. I speak to them niggas, baby, I'll be going on, talk to Duke and Yak. Probably take a picture with them or something like that on Instagram. Other than that, I ain't really kicking with them niggas like that. Only time I kick with them, we went on tour. That's the only time I kick with them. And when y'all went to compound that night? But I don't know if you told you Dennis saw him at compound. He got his gun.
You heard me talking about that.
He said,
I'm talking about this. Go ahead, DJ.
I'm talking about it. Okay, you never talk about it.
Let's start from where y'all originated from, where y'all went, how y'all got there. Let's go from that. Let's just get into the combat. Where did y'all?
Detective Gaither, at the point where you all start questioning Walter Murphy about the compound, would you please explain to the jury what incident you all are referring to?
The Lil Wayne, rapper Lil Wayne, bus shooting.
And had that happened earlier in April of this year, of 2015?
Yes, it had.
And up until this point, had you, in either of the conversations, during either of the times that you spoke with Walter Murphy, did you ever hear him refer to Jeffrey Williams as anything other than Thug?
Yes.
What?
I called him Lil Jeff, Slime, Big Slime.
And which term did he use more frequently to refer to Jeffrey Williams?
Basis.
Your Honor, she was not always, there was restroom.
I'm gonna sustain the objection.
When, during the interviews, did you hear him refer to Jeffrey Williams as Little Jeff?
I'll rule that, sir.
I believe it was the first interview.
Did you, up until this point, hear Walter Murphy refer to Jeffrey Williams as Little Jeff at any point up until this point in this interview on August 18th?
No.
Did you hear him refer to Jeffrey Williams as Thug?
Yes.
Was that frequent?
Yes.
Continue.
Hold on, before you pose another question. Ladies and gentlemen, how about your comfort break? Okay, all right. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, let's just go ahead and take until 5 after 3, okay? And we'll continue at that point in time. All rise. All right, ladies and gentlemen, our jury has left us. We're in recess until 5 after 3.
Dolly, you,
Kel,
Buck,
and Book. BOOK.
alright? And how the night go?
Shit, where the hell, I can't remember where we was at. That's how we were, I was at that house. So, boom, I feel like when I come down, we like, alright, let's go, we going. So, what do we, I think we huh? What? What you mean? We going to compound.
Why?
But you.
Oh, peace and look, his Wayne or fuck this nigga?
Yeah, you know that. I mean, that's why we went to just go to the court. We know we're going to be in a court because it ain't throw show and anything comes up, but it wasn't no week. I got Dolly with me. First of all, that's why me and Thor fell out another thing because I let Dolly go. See, Thor was out of town. I let Dolly go to the club. You know what I'm saying? And he ain't like that. So.
Was she on go to the club?
Nah, she ain't supposed to be there. You know what I'm saying? But what you mean?
Because it's the rider.
Yeah, that's him, that's his enemy. You know what I'm saying?
So basically, it's almost like he's supposed to be the safekeeper of
his family.
His close, and he trusts you with his sister and his family.
All that shit has with nothing. We kind of gonna kill his mom, they gonna kill his sister. That's why he just want me to stay with him, protect him, but that's all he had me to do. You know what I'm saying?
So you link up with them.
Nah, I know. Who's
You stayed with them. How did y'all end up at compound with all the rest of the cars?
We just pulled up and all the niggas was already there. I'm saying.
Listen. Let me explain. Like she said, we've been investigating stuff from start to finish.
Yeah.
So it's certain stuff that we already know without you telling. But I want you to tell me. You got it?
At 252-26, Your Honor. And we'll resume at 252-59.
All right.
Resuming at 252-55.
Before y'all went to compound, Studio Metro, I thought we went to do what first. I saw the truck and all y'all at the studio before compound. So that's what we was at. I mean, I'm asking you, Robbie on James Percocet, and I got prescription for Percocet, so I stay on them 24/7.
Do you remember before y'all going to compound, y'all leaving the studio?
I do not remember that. No,
Did y'all go? You said y'all went to I.
that's why, but we went afterward though.
After compound.
Yeah, we went afterward. I thought we went there before and after. But obviously y'all there was at the studio.
What happened when y'all got to compound?
Shit. Roscoe them tried to go in. They said they want to let Roscoe them in. So Dolly and the others of the door tried to go in. They want to let them in. You know what I'm saying? So shit. We was out there. And then we was just, they like, shit, they ain't come out.
They or us?
Nah, they feel like they ain't come out.
So you went out there turned up.
Yeah, you know, I was trying to go. You seen me.
I think you said that, but you were a part of it.
We also talked about this, so your attorney can hear what we talking about, because I know you were there. And you didn't do it. That's why I want with you. I want you. We on the same page talking about these things. Let's talk. You see what I'm saying? Because I know what the vibe felt like. The vibe felt like some shit been happening.
Yeah, that's what. Man, listen, bro.
Let's do it.
I went down, bro. Them folks we came to party, bro. Them folks came on some whole other shit, man. You know what I'm saying?
Because you just said, Wayne in the club, we
I'm taking down the door now, bro. You know what I'm saying? Of course, we're gonna be enough. When you get on the stage, fuck you, you know what I'm saying? But I wasn't going to do nothing stupid like that, bro. I had down the door with me, bro.
So where the gun come from back at the car?
And it's for my protection. I go live with my gun, bro.
But how y'all protecting somebody and y'all the one that, but y'all was the one bringing the problem.
Right.
But then that happened at compound though. That's where it really.
We're stopping at 2:55:38, and we'll resume at 2:56:35.
Detective Gaither, while we're waiting on that to resume, at any time before or after Walter Murphy's August 18, 2015 interview, did he explain what he meant when he talked about fuck you when you get on the stage, as it pertained to the Lil Wayne concert and them being there?
I don't think I understand what you're asking me.
Do you recall hearing during Walter Murphy's interview, him talking about saying fuck you when Lil Wayne got on the stage?
Yes.
And who was he talking about saying fuck you, and to whom was he talking about saying fuck you?
Objection, Your Honor, speculation.
Your Honor, she was in.
Hold on, I'm gonna send objection as to being compound, but I'll allow it.
All right, starting out with who he meant or who he was referring to, telling someone else fuck you. Who is the person or persons that he was talking about that would be saying fuck you?
YSL members saying F you to Lil Wayne, or people on stage with Lil Wayne.
All right. What part are we picking up on?
2:56:36.
And we're starting back at 2:56:36, Your Honor.
I pushed one of them out the way and ran, and I pulled out. So the girl was like, why you pulling the gun on me?
That's the door. Black little girl.
And I'm telling them, y'all need to go ahead about y'all business. But did you know that gun was stolen?
Nah, I didn't.
That gun was taken in an armed robbery. Coach Springdale.
I don't know that.
So after you run off, then what happened?
I run off and shit.
Who you leaving?
I left with Big Drake.
In which car?
He was in a room. I can't remember what the car it was. He was in a room. I think they wanted to charge him. Who left in the truck? In Dolly truck. Dolly and Dory got in with him. So who was in?
Okay, hold on. Basis?
Oh, this stuff.
The upcoming passage, lack of personal knowledge. The declarant has a lack of personal knowledge.
Yes.
Yeah, if we may respond, Your Honor, the person, we argued this, and the person talking to them was there at the compound. Mr. Murphy was there.
Oral, sir.
Yeah, Your Honor, can I say one more thing for responding to mistakes? You just said ran off. He has a lack of personal knowledge.
Who ran off?
Mr. Murphy,
Yeah.
you just said on the tape.
I'm gonna rule the objection, okay?
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
We'll resume at 2:57:36.
Everybody who was still in there. I mean, one person got in. 20 people can't fit in one truck. No. One Dolly and Dory got out, and one extra person got in. Who? Shannon. Shannon got in Dolly truck. He was driving it. Booth started driving. Booth the only license. So Booth was driving Dolly truck. Where did you guys go when y'all Dolly and Dory got in the car with Drake? And where y'all went to get Drake? That when somebody called door and told him Dolly and Dory was out there. So he got me on the phone, he just started, you know what I'm saying? I can't trust you, all that, you know what I'm saying? Why you got my sister on? I'm like, bro, to be honest, I ain't know all these niggas for the be here, you know what I'm saying? Right. And I ain't no nigga coming out the California, yeah. I ain't know that, I thought we were going in Just this one ain't fuck one, you know what I'm saying?
I mean, but don't you think that would start issues and problems?
Yeah, you know that, I guess, but me just being wrong and dumb, and
I mean, you ain't just young no more. You getting older. You know what's wrong. And he trusts you with his sisters not to go out there and do no stupid shit. You take him to it. From what I heard, Don was turned to, like, we finna go in here, say fuck them, blah, 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 blah. So, yeah, I would probably be mad at you, too, if I was the, but you're supposed to be that one to keep them out of shit.
So when Shannon got in, who was all left in the truck? Book,
Hell, Boop, and Shannon.
Book was driving.
Yeah.
Tail and Butler.
Where y'all go when y'all left?
We went to Ireland.
Y'all went to Blue Island. And how did y'all link back up with Peabody?
At the studio, we went back to the studio.
Before you got to the studio, how did y'all link back up with him?
They met us at Blue Island. Then they gave Dolly back her truck.
Mm-hmm.
I went to the studio.
How long ago, like time-wise, after she got that truck there?
They were gone probably about, I want to say about an hour, 45 minutes.
An hour and 45 minutes or an hour? Or 45 minutes or an hour. And what y'all do once y'all got back to the studio? Conversation.
No conversation. They told me to take her home.
So why'd y'all go back to the studio?
To get her truck.
Her truck wasn't at the studio.
Her truck that I went back to the studio. You know what I'm saying? Just pull up. Pulled up. Shannon got out. Went in there with them. Who else got out? I think Bobo got out. Went in there with them too. And we just left.
After
Your Honor, we're pausing at 3 o'clock and 30 seconds. We'll resume at 3 o'clock and 48 seconds.
Today, everybody don't go, so
who the most don't go out that crew?
Shannon.
We're pausing at 3 minutes and 50.
Sir. Do you need to approach, sir?
So, Your Honor, we are stopping at 3 hours, 3 o'clock and 59 seconds. And we will pick up at 3:01:20.
The Crip, you know what I'm saying? Duke Roscoe, all them folk Crip. So it'd be a little in-house competition between them and us, you know what I'm saying? Blood and even though all us lined up, you know what I'm saying?
So the Pee Wee shoot, or who was in the car with Pee Wee? When y'all pulled back up in the studio, who was in the car with Pee Wee?
When they pulled up at Blue Eyes, who was in the coffee we did? T4 and True.
Who was T4?
T4 from Old Nat. I mean, he from Chicago, but he's from Old Nat. And True, he the head cook from Old Nat. OG True.
Was he at the compound, John?
Yeah. I don't know what kind of music it is. I hear the truck.
So all of this, what kind of drop top?
I don't know what kind of color seal on that.
So all of it was the car with Pee Wee.
Yeah, T4 when they pull it to the Ivory. When they pull it up
So that was like 45 minutes to an hour.
Oh, they didn't take them, you know what I'm saying? Some call they didn't take them.
Pausing at 3:02:45, Your Honor. Detective Gaither, did Walter Murphy talk about there being a little in-house competition between the Bloods and the Crips within YSL, even though all of us slime?
Yes.
Thank you. 3:03:40. Your Honor, we're going to pick back up at 3:03:40.
Some call they didn't take them.
Do you think Pee Wee?
We're going to skip to 3:12:17, Your Honor.
What else you want to talk about?
I don't know.
You said it was something else.
No, that was it.
Can I step out and talk to you?
Yeah, I want to stop recording. I'll let you know. I didn't hear. I can't even see it. I ain't got none. That's why I was waiting on Joe, man. We'll get you one. We take it back. I appreciate it. Hold on, I'll let you know when.
At 3:12:57. And we will pick back up, Your Honor, at 3:18:17.
Just in your faces, I can see you and the word. We're starting at, my apologies, 3:28:03, Your Honor.
Anything else?
Let me see it though, 'cause I just want to be clear. When you said, when they came back to Blue Ivory, when they met you and Dolly at Blue Ivory, who all was in the car? That was actually in the car? The truck? They just pulled up, like, they just pulled up and they would kill Bobo, Shannon, and Boo. Kel was Shannon and Boo would drive. I think Kel got out, or no, Shannon got out and ran in. I was like, Ted doesn't come on, I think. You know, we came out. Got back in the car, get Drake, went to the studio. Was the, let me see, let me cut you off. Was the Camaro with them? Yeah. Who was in the Camaro? Roscoe, Tifo, and I think True was in there too. But I think True got out and got back in his car. Now True got in his. They had changed cars at the studio too. True was still in there. What kind of car did True drive? It was some kind of drop car like that. Okay, it was a Honda. What True look like? Skinny, but he could flesh with dreads, long with shoe, long. He dreads long, like he be having wrapped up, like right here, wrapped up.
Who was in the Corvette that night? Was somebody in the Corvette?
Nah, they probably mistaken that Camaro for a Corvette because it's so juiced up and body kit and all this shit.
So it would be easy for
3:29:53.
Mr. Busser?
So thank you, Judge. We are starting back at 3:31:16, Judge. Green screen.
Competing for who's the hardest.
I think people trying to get in like with Bird, back in with Bird now though, cause they had like, but I ain't gonna say I knew like something going, but you can tell I been on tour with them how they were acting. So when we got back to the city, and I'd be like, shit, call home. I call Birdman, I'd be like, people FaceTime home. They were all that, you know what I'm saying? Probably tell them try to send me some money or something, you know what I'm saying? Probably be fucked up. They'd be like, tell the door, FaceTime, you know what I'm saying? But he just started dissing himself like.
And how long after this was it? Like, when did y'all go on tour?
I can't really remember when we went on tour. That shit was.
Early April, wasn't it?
Yeah. Early April. Before that, I'm at see. Is that true? Right here? With the dreads? Nah. That's Where the nigga that from, man? I don't know his name. I know where he from though. He could though. I think. He from Four Seasons, I think. You know like that.
Yeah, I mean, so what y'all doing in jail? Like, how YSL protected themselves in jail? Y'all, cause it seems like y'all lined up the cribs and stuff too.
Pausing. At 3:32:40 or 39? 3:32:39. And we're starting back at 3:32.
Well, I mean, who gave me problems? Well, who you want to fool with? Who in the same room? I want to fool with nigga who on everything, man.
Who?
T-Weed. Right there from somewhere. And then him and Doug Ben has been there about some bitch, you know what I'm saying?
For the whole Shell kill.
I ain't seen Kill. I ain't really seen Kill out on the street. Like, when I first got in there, couple my blood on my life, I made them describe how Kill look, you know what I'm saying?
So you don't even know what he look like?
I know what he look like, but you gotta think we in the club, a lot of niggas look like, you know what I'm saying? Everybody dressed alike, you know what I'm saying? So it's hard for me to actually remember how his face look. I know he was short, turkey black, nigga.
Did you ever go to Crucial when all the beef and stuff was going on?
Yeah, I did.
What was that like?
Man, that shit was hell. I ain't go back, but.
Didn't it feel right? Did it feel like a damn trap?
Oh, yes. Yeah, they got a fight in the night. They got on the wood that night.
You was there that night?
I think that they got on the wood like 2 times though.
Where you was at?
Second time.
He YSL, where y'all was at? That's his right.
Yeah. He
That's
started
fucked up.
shit, man. He started that club this shit, right? Throwing money on the folk. Dog gave me money, throwing on the folk. Dog gave me some money.
He ain't throwing them.
He didn't.
He just flashed it. Damn, man, now you know everything.
First, I think that they say he threw them. You know, that was the word. Was the first time they say he threw them. He was throwing money. I think he was throwing ones on the folk, bro. He had the big bankroll.
Go ahead, you speak on it.
I'm saying that was. I wasn't there when he did it. I was there when he got talking the second time. Like, show me walk through the door. The nigga didn't even hesitate.
Pausing at 3:34:53.
Zoom at 3:35:31.
I called him in jail. You talking? I called Kev. My name Kev. I called Kev. I'm trying to wait. You just put me on.
3:35:29. We are backing up to 3:35:29.
Last time you talked about Russ. I talked to him in jail. You talked to him in jail? I called Kev. My grandma Kev. I called Kev. I'm trying to wait. He just put me on the phone. I know what it is. He's like, it's me. I'm saying, he know how to talk. He know not to talk to say his name. You know what I'm saying? He's like, it's me. I'm like, yeah, wait something. He's saying, Doris saying he got me a lawyer. I'm like, damn, man, he ain't got me a lawyer. That was the whole conversation was about. He's like, about Doug getting you a lawyer? Yeah, I'm saying he paid me a lawyer. I paid my own lawyer. Well, my family paid. Okay. Anything else? No, that's all.
We stopping at 3:36:16. We're picking back up at 3:36:32.
That's what we assisted in.
Until that's down, nobody's safe.
Okay.
And that's why it clearly, y'all know that with him, but you got YSL on your forehead.
But I definitely, when we take you back, what's the lady name? Like the lady? They brought you down? The times, yeah. I don't know, you gotta talk to they Johnny, White around, you gotta talk to them.
You sure you won't be in the medical ward?
Huh?
You gonna be isolated if that was to happen?
Am I gonna be isolated?
You are going to be isolated.
Why you say that?
Because that's the medical ward.
No, it's the medical floor. Y'all saying like the infirmary. No, the medical floor. Yeah, the medical floor ain't isolated.
Okay.
I'm telling you.
Listen to this.
Listen, when y'all say isolated, put a definition on it. I'm about to explain it to you, okay? When you go to the medical floor, you think y'all be locked down now? You're gonna be in your room probably 23 hours a day, and they're gonna let you out an hour to use the phone, do whatever it is that you do. Okay, we help people get in the medical unit all the time because they want to be away from everybody. So that's what you really want. By all means, I have no problem with letting them know because I want you to be safe. And if you need medical attention, you have her back. By all means, I don't want you in there fighting and carrying them. But I'm telling you, it ain't what you think. It is.
Basically what we get at, most people go there and then they start pulling their hair out because they're alone.
Because they by themselves and they're not around.
Well, what
Pause at 3:38:25.
Word.
and what all Right, what did y'all think was gonna happen? Did you think y'all was gonna stop into the sunset or something?
Man, ain't my beef. These folks saying
That's your beef. That's your beef, Dad.
I'm supposed to do that because of that, bro. I cried when I seen that guy killed. I was hurt, though.
I'm sure you did, but when they saying everybody in YSL gotta go, you know what I'm saying? So
We know what happens. If we knew what happened, somebody would be in jail for it. You know what I'm saying? So it ain't about what Nut did on his own time, whatever like that. Ain't nobody got no right to kill nobody. And that's what we trying to bring some justice. Not for him, but for his family and for his.
3:39:42.
want to talk about, I can't force you, but I mean that's what we're concerned about. Yeah, I understand. And if you hear something, by all means, please let me know.
I definitely need to find you.
We call at 3:40.
And the one before that he didn't mention.
3:30 after 8:30.
We start 3:42. Okay. So, Your Honor, at this time, we're stopping at 3:40 and 50 seconds. And Ms. Weaver, I believe that for the record, we had previously gone from 3:39:42 to 3:39:50. That portion was played.
You also played 3:38:25.
Okay. So 3:38:25 was paused, and that pause was unpaused at 3:38:45. You're very welcome. Your Honor, that concludes the playing portion of this video. I have some questions, but I'll act at the court's direction.
Can I see you and a member from the defense team? You don't need to go anywhere, Detective.
Yes, sir.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, this might be a natural stopping point for today after consultation with counsel. So, Detective Gaither, if you could come back tomorrow morning for 9:45, madam, would that be acceptable?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and don't discuss testimony with anybody except the attorneys in this case. I'm going to go ahead and release you, please.
Yes, sir.
All right. Okay, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we're going to recess for today. Tomorrow is one of the days that we'll begin at 1000 hours. So come here for 9:30 and then we'll go ahead and get started somewhere around the 10 o'clock hour. Okay. All right. Do you all have any ministerial inquiry of me? Okay. Tomorrow's a regular day like today, somewhat today. And then as I told you earlier, Thursday and Friday will be administrative days for you. And the new pay scale takes effect then, okay? Excited? All right, pipe down. Okay, all right. Okay, and then we'll pick up the following week. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, unless you have any other inquiry of us or me, let's go through your nightly admonitions. Leave your notepads in the basket. Please do not discuss this case amongst yourselves in onesies and twosies, or as you're sitting back there waiting for any mode of conveyance coming to and from the courthouse. That would be a violation of the court's admonitions. Remember, you are not permitted to recap or otherwise handicap the testimony like, hey, what did you think about such and such? Or what did you think about this? Or what do you think about that? Remember, the only thing you can properly consider at the time and at the space and place that I give you will be how you're to begin begin the deliberative process, which I'll instruct you on at the appropriate time. But you cannot discuss the case amongst yourselves in any way, shape, or form before then. Do not also listen to any third-party accounts of this, to include the media, any other blogs or other third-party sites. And remember, if anybody should attempt to try and talk with you about this case, either contact you indirectly, directly, through a third person, remember you need to let myself or Sergeant Ingram know immediately. All right, and ladies and gentlemen, please don't go by and visit any of the scenes that may be depicted or you may have heard about during the pendency of this trial as well. And also, ladies and gentlemen, again, as I conclude with you almost every day you're here, we thank you for your immense patience that you've given and will continue to give us in the resolution of this matter. So unless you have anything ministerial in nature of me, we will go ahead and recess you until tomorrow morning for 9:30 for an anticipated 10 o'clock start time. And that will be the end of our work week for you. Okay? All right. So unless you have anything else, all right. We're in recess. All rise. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Our jury has left us. All right, before our jury, we excused our jury and recess for the day. I wanted to just go ahead and cover the last bench conference that was had. First, it was just between myself and Ms. Love and Mr. Matthews Sr. talking about the scheduling for this particular witness in terms of how long the length was going to go. And at that point in time, Ms. Love said she might be at a point where there was a discussion about 2 jail calls. We did not talk about any substance those calls. I said I'm going to just recess. In terms of discussion of those, as we are now in open court. So, Mr. Matthews or Ms. Love, any clarifications, deletions, or additions to our bench conference for the good of the order? Because I just thought it was going to be scheduling to begin with. So, okay.
Yes, Your Honor. The court inquired as to how long I felt like I had to go with Detective Gaither and what a natural stopping point would be. And I advised the court and Mr. Matthews that I had maybe 30 minutes left of questions on this witness, but that there were also 2 calls that were sent to Your Honor and to counsel for the defendants on April of 2020 at 8:52 a.m. in the PowerPoint, and they would be on slides number 135 and slide number 136. They are labeled on slide 135. It's labeled Stevens to Allison jail call. This is a jail call that Detective Gaither pulled on in August of 2015. And the call that is labeled Murphy booking call was the call on slide 135 sent over on April 4th, 2024. And it was a call from Walter Murphy to his girlfriend, Erica, during the time that he is booked into the Fulton County Jail. I have those queued up for your honor's edification, but what I let the court and Mr. Matthews know is that each call is 15 minutes. And the one call to Mr. Murphy's girlfriend is impeachment by contradiction. He is talking about matters that he has just finished talking to Detective Gaither about, and the conversation between Stevens, and that is Trontavious Stevens, and Rodney Allison are co-conspirator statements that we'd argue are admissible against each of the defendants. In the call on slide 135, the Murphy booking call, what Mr. Murphy says after having testified that he had cut himself off from Thug is that he asked his girlfriend if she would see if Thug would throw a fundraiser for him to raise his bond or get him out of jail. He mentions that twice. As for Mr. Stevens, Trontavious Stevens, to Rodney Allison, during their conversation, they discussed the fact that Little D and Detective Gaither will be testifying that Little D in this context refers to Quindarius Zachary, who had gotten arrested right around this time. Little D was talking, giving a statement to the police, and Mr. Allison, whom we've heard referred to as Hot Rod throughout the course of this day and yesterday, was telling Trontavious Stevens he needed to talk to Little D because Little D needed to stop talking. There are other comments that go to prove the association between YSL members, the nature of their relationship, and the nature of their relationship to the alleged enterprise that is YSL. And whenever the court sees fit, I can again play those for the court. Those are the matters that are related to just this witness. And that would wrap up, for the most part, the direct examination of Detective Gaither.
All right. Gentlemen and ladies, did you get these two particular calls were they embedded first in slides 135 and 136, and did you get them earlier during discovery? I know that they were, you probably got them in the batch of everything that was sent, but
it was served on July of 2022 initially, but most recently we separated them out, and those
Okay.
are the only, I think that we served 3 in this PowerPoint.
all right. Mr. Steele?
Well, please let my email speak with, I believe it was District Attorney Atkins, when he sent that to everyone, including Ensemble Court.
Do you remember what day that was, sir?
That's a different one, Your Honor. He sent the one regarding the Little Wayne bus shooting. I sent the one regarding the Dexter Montgomery shooting, and mine was on April 4th of 2024. And again, I can re-forward it, but I copied the court and Mr. Kearns as well.
Mr. Steele, you checking just so I'll give you a sec. I'll give you,
Second,
okay.
I do want the court to remember that on January 4th, 2023, when we started jury selection panel, I filed a motion which you ruled upon, a motion for the prosecution to reveal the specific jail calls that they intend to introduce into evidence and to provide any and all expert reports. Granted that motion today. It was supposed to be done a while ago, so I think the state is late. With that being said, I have to refresh my memory on an April 4th, 2024 email, which I'm going to find now.
And to help Your Honor, the email came around 8:52 a.m.
Granted our motion, that motion specifically I referred to on November 17, 2023 at 2:07 p.m. about the jail calls. It said that Honorable Court hereby grants this motion. The prosecution must reveal all specific jail calls that they intend to introduce into evidence in stanter. Now I have to find the
What day was that, Ms. Love?
April 4th, Your Honor.
God, I have this, and I am familiar with the jail calls. I refreshed my memory.
All right, sir. Okay. Anybody else?
And I'll be objective, but
And I would expect you no less. Okay, but does anybody else have any other issues as it relates to jail calls? I know you all will make timely objections as to anything that you wish to, that you see being objectionable. But is there anything else I need to take up in regards to that?
Your Honor, I'm just previewing. There's going to be, the state said that these are admissible as statements by a co-conspirator involving Rodney Allison, not a charged individual. I've never seen in discovery where he's at all even labeled an associate of YSL. And there also, it appears that this is discussing an isolated incident that is not really the RICO. It's an overt act in the RICO, but this discussion doesn't involve any of our clients. And as I stated, Rodney Allison, the idea that Rodney Allison is somehow a co-conspirator or YSL associate, the first I've heard that uttered from the state yesterday or just now, I think I heard it yesterday when it started to serve their purpose. I've never seen any documentation at all, oral, in writing, on tape, that Rodney Allison is a member of YSL or an associate of YSL. But now we're hearing for the first time that he's a co-conspirator of YSL.
All right, State, yeah, would you care to respond to Mr. Shart's argument? Sorry.
Yes, Your Honor. That the law regarding co-conspirator statements is clear. The persons alleged to be a co-conspirator in no way has to be named in the indictment or even a member of YSL. If I'm sure Mr. Shart listened to the jail call, and I'm certain that if the court listens to the call, the court will hear them talking about Little D and the fact that Little D, who is Quindarius Zachary, is talking. They also then talk about who's now in charge under the circumstances. Mr. Allison is talking in the jail call about the fact, he said, they're locking everybody up. They're locking everybody up. And then Mr. Stevens says, they only lock 2 up. And then they talk about Montunk or Antonio Sledge having been arrested. And this was again during the time that arrests were being made as a result of the shootings that had happened earlier in the year. The whole conversation, they are speaking in coded language, one telling the other to tell Quindaria Zachary to stop talking, Trontavia Stevens telling them that he's going to stop talking. And they also discuss Jeffrey Williams paying bond, Mr. Stevens asking Mr. Allison if he believed that Mr. Williams would pay him bond, and Mr. Allison responding that Mr. Williams had said nothing at all about that, and if he was doing so, it was in secret. But the entire conversation speaks to the association of the persons that have been named in the indictment and the relationship, the nature of their relationship with one another, the existence of an enterprise, and the nature of the charged individual's relationship with the enterprise. So at the court's pleasure, we could rescind it, play it, whatever the court desires, but the law is clear that Mr. Allison does not have to be a named member of the same gang, and a conspiracy doesn't even have to be charged in order for him to be a co-conspirator. But in this case, Your Honor, it is charged.
All right.
I'd like to cite, may I speak, sir?
Sure.
Okay, I apologize. I'd like to cite to say that this is not spilling the beans and the person doesn't have to be a member of the conspiracy. Because if they're not a member of the conspiracy, then the person's just bragging or pontificating, or courts say spilling the beans. And I'd like to have that cite from the prosecution to support their last premise about the authority under case law.
And Your Honor, in response to Mr. Steele, I did not say that Mr. Allison was not a part of the conspiracy. Indeed, I said he is a co-conspirator. I said that the law is clear. He does not have to be a named member of YSL. And I said that the formal conspiracy does not have to be charged for him to be a co-conspirator. But in our case, there is a formal conspiracy charge, which is count 1. And under the court's direction, and I'll do so just as a courtesy, provide Mr. Steele with the case law to that effect.
You can just send that via email to everyone.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. I'm sorry.
I don't know if we're litigating this right now. I mean, the bottom line is, Your Honor, what the state's leaving out is the statement itself cannot.
Which statement, sir?
The statement that the state seeks to introduce, that they're labeling as a co-conspirator statement, cannot be the proof of the conspiracy, first of all. And second of all, the statement needs to be in furtherance of a conspiracy. So what I'm hearing is from the state's recitation is someone seeking bond money. I don't know how that would be in furtherance of any conspiracy. A man is in jail, wants to get out. I don't find that particularly unusual. But that's certainly not in furtherance of any conspiracy.
Well, that's what the state, I think, is alleging as part of the conspiratorial.
Right, but just because the state alleges it,
conspiratorial conduct.
Right, but just because the state says it doesn't make.
But no, the jury has to hear it if it's admissible,
No.
and then they will decide that.
Well, Your Honor needs to decide it first.
Well, if
before the
I know, but if I said if I allow it in terms of it being submitted to the jury in terms of admissibility, yes, then the jury will make a decision as to whether or not that case that issue has been proven. But okay, I'll listen. I'm going to listen to it because I believe I was sent that
PowerPoint.
I was sent that PowerPoint. So I'll do it and. in preparation of any further argument or assertion on that.
I add one thing while you're listening to it to flag. Is that okay?
Yes.
I don't know who is going to, I don't remember the call with Mr. Allison and Mr. Stevens very clearly. I do know the other call with Mr. Murphy. But I heard that there may be coded language. I didn't hear anybody be qualified. I don't get any notice.
Well, that's foundation, if they can lay it.
And my objections based upon that is Mr. Stevens was a witness. He should have been asked this. Mr. Murphy was a witness. He's on the call. And now we're going totally, creating this, well, they're not here, but we're going to play their statements when we didn't even ask about it, didn't ask about prior inconsistent statements, didn't ask them whether they ever made these calls, and now all of a sudden they're popping up in our case.
Yeah, what's the foundation state for the, for these calls anyways? Because I agree, you probably would have had to confront at least both of them with these particular.
Your Honor, if we were introducing them as prior inconsistent statements, but these calls are, one, they're not, they're not interviews, so there's no confrontation clause. These are co-conspirators. Mr. Murphy.
So they're co-conspirator statements?
Yes, and also, Your Honor, in addition to being co-conspirator statements, Your Honor, they are impeachment by contradiction, where both parties, Mr. Stevens and Mr. Murphy, claimed on the stand that they had cut ties and gone their separate ways from Jeffrey Williams by, I believe, early 2015, during the time that Donovan Thomas had been killed. And these calls impeach those assertions, and I will take the calls off of the PowerPoint and send them to everyone individually so that the court and everyone has ease of access. It is very clear, listening to the calls, Your Honor, that they...
We'll send that as well as the case law you're relying upon on the co-conspirator statements. That would be helpful, and I will, 1 second. If you all could be here by 9:30 tomorrow, we can
Yes.
take up those, any other attenuating issues as to the these particular two calls that are embedded in states, the state pages 135 and 136 involving Mr. Stevens' call to Mr. Allison in August of 2015, and Mr. Murphy's booking call to Erica. So I'll take up those. I have just another area of inquiry. I'm in possession as well of Mr. Stillwell's. There are 4 motions that have been filed on the 22nd of April of this year at 7:37. First one being filed at 7:37 p.m. Motion to exclude irrelevant prejudicial evidence or other unproven bad acts and bad character evidence. There is another motion of objection to the admission of Shannon Stillwell's text messages filed at that same time on the same aforementioned date. There's a third motion, notice of objection to admission of calls recorded pursuant to state wiretap, filed on that same date and time. And also, a notice of objection to admission of Shannon Stillwell's jail calls filed on that same date and aforementioned time. So those 4 motions. When are these calls going to be potentially introduced or attempted to be introduced?
Your Honor, I believe most of the things that Mr. Sharp filed on behalf of Mr. Stillwell will not come up until we enter to the Shamel Drinks murder, which is towards the end of the state's case, Your Honor. So I think we have some period of time before these become ripe. It is the state's intention. Mr. Shard and I talked, I believe yesterday, about when we get identifying the jail calls we intend to use. We've identified some, which you've heard during some previous pre-trial motions, but that we will identify for Mr. Shard the calls from the wire that we intend to introduce, the jail calls that we would intend to introduce, the text messages that we would introduce, and then the ankle monitor. That's just going to have to be a argument. I believe he's trying to exclude the state using the fact that his client was on an ankle monitor during the time in which the Shamel Drinks homicide occurred. I have not fully read the motion, as I believe it came in yesterday evening, but we would just need to have a motion. But I believe he's trying to have that excluded, and we would just need to argue that motion, Your Honor.
Okay, can we,
And
hold on, let me complete my thought, madam. That's all right. Can we do 2 things? I'd like you to continue to work with Mr. Shard to identify those calls in response to his motion, his motions, plural. And I want to take that up at least a month prior to it being ripe.
yes,
So I can not bring our jury in or do it on an administrative day.
and Your Honor, I apologize. There might be a few jail calls. I'm thinking of one specifically as it relates to the Donovan Thomas murder. There might be more, but I know for sure I'm thinking about one specific jail call. But we'll identify that one for the Donovan Thomas, and we'll let.
As Mr. Steele aptly pointed out, you all were supposed to do this a long time ago. So we need to go ahead and do that so we don't butt up against what we had happen in these last couple witnesses. We can't do that. So please go ahead and identify those so they can be ruled upon accordingly. Okay.
We will, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. Mr. Shard, anything else? I'll just ask you to continue to work with the state, and I'd also ask you to bring it up and invite my attention to it so I can go ahead and schedule it. Okay.
It being on your radar was the intention of me filing the motion.
All right. So, but if it gets closer, and if it's not any problem for you to say, Judge, we haven't heard anything about this, to remind me so that I can go ahead. If you haven't gotten granularity on your preliminary discussions with the state, I want to know about it.
Oh, okay.
As early as possible.
Well, I'm telling you.
No. They tell me it's going to be near the end of the case. Okay. So their case in chief. I don't know how long that's going to be. I don't have any estimation about how that be, of when that will be. But I would ask you all just so that it does not become an issue, so I can carve out some time to hear it. First, for the statements and all the things you flagged to be identified, and for me to rule upon them.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right.
Thank you, Judge. And finally, in preparation for next week, Your Honor.
I'm just trying to get through tomorrow. Why are you jumping to next week?
Just to forewarn the court so that the court can be happy.
I got other things I got to do. Between then and there, I've got other things I have to take up. But what is it you want to tell me about next week, if you already, to begin with?
Just that we have identified 2 calls, 2 jail calls that we will be sending to the defense as one of our exhibits. We have photos for demonstrative of the area by the compound where the Lil Wayne bus shooting occurred.
Now, the phone calls, you should have sent those 2 weeks ago. Almost 2 weeks ago, right? It shouldn't have been this Friday. It should have been 2 weeks ago. Did you send those to them already? Because
We told them which ones they were. We already identified them. Oh, I'm sorry. What Ms. Hilton is telling me is that we served them in the Little Wayne bus shooting PowerPoint of exhibits. We are only using 2 of those that we gave to them. And
What slides are those on in the little, on this PowerPoint?
I will look and find out. And Mr. Atkins is telling me that we identified. Okay, he identified them only as Jimmy Winfrey jail calls on the slide.
On what date?
Two Fridays ago, Ms. Hilton is telling me. And that's the one that they alerted us they had problems opening that we then talked.
You also, you resent the link or you helped them,
Yes,
open it?
yes.
All right.
And we have demonstrative photos. This is all things that we.
Okay. I'm sorry. Let her finish and okay. All right, go ahead.
And the deposition that was provided.
Sorry.
As well as a redacted 911 call. And it's redacted to victims on that call. 911.
Okay, Mr. Sharp.
I have a lot of emails from respect. What email are we saying that phone calls are on? What date and time?
He identified those. What date and time, sir?
2 Fridays ago in the PowerPoint slide, we listed Jimmy Winfrey jail calls. We did not.
Did you tell which ones?
No, we did not specifically identify.
Okay, then how would I go ahead and listen to those, Ms. Love?
Your Honor, we will send them, we were sending.
How would I listen to them? And how long were they?
15 minutes each. Not even 15 minutes. One is,
Your Honor, it was identified as.
we're playing 1 minute.
4 CDs of Jimmy Winfrey jail calls, so there was no specificity. And there's hundreds of them, so, I mean, it doesn't help us a lot to just say, well, you know, we plan to use as evidence.
This is what I mean by I'm gonna start excluding evidence, okay? Because that's not fair to anybody. It's not fair to them, and it's not fair to me for you to stop and for me to then go ahead and take that kind of stuff up. You have to do better with that. Yeah, I mean, everybody knows what you're gonna use at this point in time, so make it obvious. I mean, don't bury the discovery. I mean, I know you sent it to them, and that's technically what you're supposed to do, but if you've got hundreds of calls, that's why, I mean, I think it's only fair for you to identify the calls so they can say that you're going to use, because there are probably going to be objections that need to be vetted, and I need to have time in order to do them. So that's what I mean by planning, and a forewarned judge is a happy judge. I ain't happy when I got to take up matters like this, and I can't, and I've got a jury expectation and management that I have to do. So this is a prime example of you have to flag this discovery and be transparent about what you're gonna use at this point in time. There should be no secrets at this point. I mean, in terms of what's gonna happen. And like I said before, the way that affects this trial is that I gotta stop. So like I told you before, I'm going to start excluding evidence. I mean, I'm just going to do that because that's not fair to anybody, the court. I can't react on a dime like that.
Of course, Your Honor, we have no intention of even introducing those things this week. This is for further on, later on next week, if we get to them at all. We just wanted to alert the court that we were sending these exhibits over to them. And it consists of, I believe, the first minute of one call and 5 minutes.
All right, I have enough to listen to with this, so I'll take up this, but I would suggest that you all, and then as you all identify calls and identify issues, then the more time you have to work things out, because all of you are seasoned advocates, things that are obviously going to be not played or edited or redacted, go ahead and do that. Leave me with, if you can, with as little as I have to kind of deal with, so that it just makes the presentation a lot smoother and a lot faster.
We will do that. We'll talk with Council President Shaw.
All right, so anything else before tomorrow morning? I'll listen to the phone. I'll listen to the jail calls. We'll come at 9:30. I need to see that case law. Ms. Love, when are you gonna send those calls out? When are you gonna clip those calls?
I'm filling in the 2 form right now. I'm sending it right now.
The calls as well as the
calls first.
and then the case law?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Mr. Steele?
Would you mind asking the state to give us the guide to the code, since I may not be able to understand the jail call if it's coded? And then I assume that they're going to try to lay a foundation over objection to what they mean, what's the meaning of a coded word. Like in drug cases, we do that a lot. But I have that code now when I listen to the recording, I know what's being said, or a transcript of the recording.
Is there a transcript of the recording?
Your Honor, I should have spoken eloquently. It's a thinly veiled. There are no words that a juror would not understand. When the court hears it, the court will understand what I mean when I say coded, but I did not intend to imply that it will require experts to explain. You will hear the way that they are cautious about their language, so it's not that type of circumstance.
I misunderstood all that.
Okay, all right. Okay, I'll wait on just like you all have on the correspondence by email. Unless there's anything else, I'll see you all tomorrow morning at 9:30, okay? All right, we're in recess.